Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwan.
Good morning. The champion chucker is back in action here at the MODUS Super Series. Jim McEwan begins his title defence over the course of the next 5 days here in Porto. Very good morning. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. And as you can see, it's that time of year again where people sign up to substantial TV work where they think they're going to do something, and it turns out to be the opposite. Nigel Farage was in a pit full of snakes last night. We also saw Marvin Humes in with a load of spiders, and keeping up the theme of people doing stuff on TV which didn't turn out as expected, Glenn Durrant is alongside me up here on the balcony. Glenn, great to see you once again, and it's great to see the champion back in action.
Well, that's an introduction not to be missed, but yeah, it's great to see Chucky, and very level-headed. I was a bit sort of, how's he going to deal with the fact that he's been centre of attention? His feet haven't touched the ground since winning it as well. He lives in quite a small village and a small town where I think they've really enjoyed what he's doing. So looking forward to seeing how Jim McEwan plays.
You've been in that position in your career where you've vaulted yourself, you've elevated yourself to heights from a very modest beginning. What's it like transitioning from that player that maybe goes under the radar a little bit to then being the star of the show, the centre of attention? Well,
I've actually asked him the question that this morning, and like I said, sometimes experience sort of kicks in a little bit. Sometimes it can get it too young. And I just think it's worked out at a good time from him. He's worked hard all his life, and I think he'll appreciate all the plaudits. But I think he'll keep his feet on the ground. He's got good people around him, and I think he's still looking for the future now. And it's just a sound foundation for him winning the MODUS Super Series. Can he kick on now? I hope he really does. He's a good guy.
Well, his other big achievement this year was making it to the final of the World Seniors Match Play, and the guy who beats him in the final, Leonard Gates, is a part of the week free field. We've also got a Canadian in the form of Jake McMillan, and we've also got our first ever player from the Faroe Islands to play televised darts. Jan McIntosh is going to be in action over the course of the next 5 days or so. We'll dissect groups B and C in a second, but that Group A, is it fair to say we've got 4 very strong players and maybe 2 unknown quantities?
It's the unknown quantities that I really like, and I've been speaking with Jan this morning. It was a fascinating chat. A guy that's beat Scott Williams at the World Cup quite recently with 104 average, so you know he's got the game there. It's whether or not, the way he was talking, it's a bit like, I'm here for the experience, I'm going to try and learn things. And I said, no, you know, if you're capable of 104 average, Jan, get up there, get into them, and you know, don't just come here to enjoy it. Get there and try and win. Just quickly, later on this week, Chaz Barstow, has he got a point to prove on that stage in particular? Chaz Barstow is just one of them modus players, isn't he? Where there's a lot of players, a bit like similar to James Richardson. Which one are we going to get from him? You know, the perennial MODUS Super Series players. And Chaz Barstow, a couple of years ago, people were talking about him being a professional player. I always enjoy to see what he's going to do, Chaz, and it's another great week here. Well, we'll talk about week 3 a bit more in just a second, but let's show you what happened on Saturday night. Andy Bolton picked up the title. It means 2 Scotsmen have picked up the first 2 spots at Champions Week in a few weeks' time. And look, all the talk was about Dom Taylor going into tonight, but Andy Bolton has got this steady game that can just win you big matches, and it did there. Oh, I think you're underselling him a little bit I think Andy Bolton's one of the best non-professional players in the world. It was no surprise to me to see him lifting that. It was a tough week. Dom Taylor is a real special talent, but Andy Bolton is one of those players I fully expect him to be a professional player again next year. Although I do have a bone to pick with the VT editors. Where was the juicy wiggle? We'll have to wait for Champions Week for another one of them. Right, let's get back to this week and have a look and see what the bookies are saying about the action. Now, this is to win the week outright. Jim McEwan, the defending champion, he goes off as the 7-2 favourite. However, I'm going to take you down to the player 4th in that list, Leonard Gates. He's won 3 TV titles this year. He's lost a final here this year, but he goes off at 11-2. Very surprised. Yeah, I'm very surprised to see him down at 11-2. It was a big number as well for Lakeside coming up as well. And Leonard Gates is someone who's in good form, has dominated the World Seniors, and 11-2 looks very attractive. And Alan Norris there, 33-1. As an each way, when you consider his form at the Seniors and the numbers that he's putting in, could that be the one where the bookies get burnt? Yeah, my eyes opened a little bit on a couple. Brett Clayton was just a professional player at 14-1. Alan Norris, 33-1. Yes, please. 18 plus begambleaware.org for the outright betting for the week. This is how Group A shapes up. This is the action we're going to
see over the next 3 days. And look, Jim McEwan's going off favourite in that particular category. And is there pressure on a player defending the title first up?
Oh, there's got to be. You know, how 2 weeks later, just that memory of being on that stage and, you know, the plaudits, the crowd, the smoke, the trophy, the check. And then he comes back on a Monday morning a couple of weeks later. It could have an effect. It'd be interesting to see how his first couple of games go. But like I said, he's very, very headstrong. Like I said, very methodical player is Jim, and nothing really fazes him. I expect him to favour it, and he is.
Right, bet builder time then. This is what you've been having a flutter on at home. We put it into a handy little accumulator for you. It's a free fold today, pays just under 4 to 1. It's all in the match winners stakes. Is this the type of group where maybe as the week goes on, we'll be looking at the other markets, the over and unders?
Yeah, it certainly could. I don't disagree with too much there. I'd expect James to win, but Jake's under that. What's he going to produce? What do we know about him? Leonard Gates, but Johan Engstrom is a very good player from Sweden. I've crossed swords many a times with Johan. I'm looking forward to seeing him play. I've just had a big hug from him, so like I said, that'll be a dangerous one for Leonard Gates. But the bet builder was quite good last week, wasn't it? Is it going to replicate again this week?
Talking about hugs, we're not going to replicate what the Swedes did last week, are we, with the whole hug? No. We'll avoid that. We'll avoid that. Right, our first game is a battle of America and Canada as Leonard Gates takes on Jake McMillan. Leonard, the winner of 3 televised titles in 2023 on the World Seniors Tour, up against Jake McMillan, who took on Michael van Gerwen at the World Series in New York. And early on this morning, I caught up into Gage's thoughts ahead of the big occasion. Jake, welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. How much are you looking forward to the next few days?
I'm really excited for the opportunity. Can't wait to get out there and start playing.
Made the trip over from Canada. Just tell us a little bit about yourself.
From Canada, played in the U.S. Masters this year. It was a great experience being in front of thousands. Canadian national champion, so, you know, feeling confident.
So for the mere mortals amongst us, just tell us what it's like to play at Madison Square Gardens in front of a crowd, in front of thousands. That must be a huge buzz.
It was unreal. I can't even believe I was throwing darts up there on stage. Got to play against Michael van Gerwen. You know, it's a dream come true, really.
Now here at the Super Series, can you actually take the experience of playing on a stage there into this?
Yeah, I think it'll translate over pretty well, and just use that experience over here.
We've seen some good Canadian players here in the past. Jacob Taylor made a series final here in the past. Have you spoken to him about this a little bit, or what's the gauge like at home?
Yep, so Jacob actually is playing next week, so he said I better make Saturday so he can come watch. And Jim Long's also gave me lots of advice too. So it's been, they've been very supportive. And
just tell me about the journey that you've had to make to get here, because it hasn't been a short one, has it?
No, 5-hour drive to Toronto, and then about a 7-hour plane ride, and then a 2-hour cab to Portsmouth. So it was a bit of a journey.
You better make the week worth it then.
Yeah, exactly. Looking forward to it.
Well, we look forward to watching you play, Jake. Good luck.
Cheers, thanks.
We're going transatlantic to begin our week here at the Super Series as the American ace Leonard Gates takes on Captain Canada in Jake McMillan. Game 1 of 104 over the next 6 days, and watching the action in Group A alongside Glenn Durrant in the commentary box. It's a very good morning to Prime Time himself. Hello, Matthew Edgar.
Morning, Henry. Morning, everyone joining us this morning for some Super Series action. Week 3 gets underway here with Group A, and we're kicking off with a game that you'd more expect to see on the other side of the world rather than this. It's Canada versus America, and we've got the Canadian champion taking on Leonard Gates here, a man 52 years old and very significant in the fact of the amount of titles he's been picking up this year over on that seniors tour, the match play, the Masters, the champion of champions.
First leg, it's Leonard to throw first. Game on.
All your action going to be called in by our referee this week, Jack Garwood. And it is the man who's been picking up TV titles for fun this year who's going to kick off this week.
60.
Surprised. A little bit surprised to see him at 11-2. We like to
45.
try and give out some value for money for some of the players there, but I was a A little bit surprised there for Leonard. I expected him to go in favourite. However, the champ is in town in Jim McEwan. It was great catching up and chatting with
59.
Jim. The past couple of weeks has been an absolute whirlwind for him, and that might have an effect on his Group A campaign this week.
99.
For me, it's not the fact that Jim McEwan's ahead of him that's the surprise. For me, it's Martin Thomas and Chaz Barstow. You mentioned up on the balcony about how Chaz Barstow is a little bit inconsistent.
83.
And we don't know what Chaz Barstow we're going to get. Martin Thomas hasn't had that much success here. So for those two players to be ahead of Leonard Gates, that makes Leonard Gates really good
82.
value for this week. And come Saturday, we could be looking back at this moment and saying, wow.
Yes, but it starts here on very early on that Monday morning. Leonard Gates through the first start of the week.
93.
Got a strong chance of actually throwing the final dart come Saturday night, but lots of darts to be thrown before then. Really looking forward to seeing
59.
Jake McMillan. I thought he spoke very, very nicely in his interview with Henry Deacon earlier. Like I said, very, very happy to be here. And look, you can try and do all your research on players, and just a typical example for Jake McMillan at the
55.
World Cup this year. In his prelim game, he averaged 106.25 in his first game. In his second game, he averaged
58. Leonard, you require
67.55. So,
151.
we've looked at the fact that the experience he's got playing players like Michael van Gerwen. But it's difficult what to judge was Jake McMillan coming into this. I was really intrigued to see how he plays.
45.
Those numbers only give you a
Jake, you
part of
require
the story, don't they? You
158.
can easily bust an average just by having one leg where you get stuck on the doubles, and can often get a bit of a misread
58.
sometimes when you just look at the numbers.
Leonard,
We're going
you
to get a
require
good read this
106.
week, though. We're going to see him. He'll be hoping for 4 days, because he'll be hoping he can win this group and miss out on playing darts Thursday and Friday.
39.
Yeah, Leonard
Jake, you
Gates
require
will be
100.
fed up with people talking about his finishing area there, but there's an area of
60.
the game if Leonard Gates
Leonard,
just
you
wants to
require
take that next
67.
round, because it's been an incredible, and I highlight the word incredible, 2023 for Leonard. Shakes his head there. It's 50 left, so his decision was the 18 double 16, but that's quite a lazy dart. That can happen very early in this Monday morning campaign. Got a chance for Jake
35.
McMillan,
Jake,
and it
you
would be a
require
breaker throw as
40.
well.
3 clear darts at tops. It feels like that first dart should be a
Gates on
help
the
to him,
first
and that's what
leg,
we're going
Jake
to learn as the
McMillan.
week goes on. The last dart finding the target there for Jake McMillan, and he gets that breaker throw at the earliest opportunity.
Second
And
leg, it's Jake to
With
throw
these
first.
sort of
Game on.
Group A's, and when you're here for this period of time, starting strong is important, because there is only one position available here.
80.
Yeah, a couple of things as you were chatting there, Matt. First of all, just the real sharp and take a breath there from Jake, because he was feeling it up there. And that relief of getting that double top was the first
140.
thing. Behind, Leonard Gates was doing his phantom dart there. He does, and just flexing his muscles there.
140.
That was getting a little bit interesting there. And then Jake just then, after that sharp and take a breath, the fact that he'd got through that first leg, then opened 180, 140. We did talk about his inconsistency. It was a pretty slow start, a bit of a
95.
slow burner first leg, but this is a wonderful start to this second.
It also makes you think how much these players will know each other as well, and how
105.
much they would have played together.
$43. Jake, you require 76.
That was for an 11 darter.
68.
No dramas. Leonard Gates all the way back on 2-2-3, but this is excellent for Jake McMillan. All he's doing right now is just trying to compose himself, trying to get himself together. He won't even be looking at what Leonard's doing right now, because
78.
it's all about
Jake,
Jake
you
at this
require
point.
8.
Can he execute? Yes,
Game
he
shot on the
can.
second
Great start
leg,
for Jake
Jake
McMillan. We
McMillan.
didn't know an awful lot about Jake. May do after this game, because this would be a big disappointment to Leonard Gates.
Third leg, it's Leonard to throw first.
I don't think the MODUS Super
Game on.
Series has been all the bells and whistles for Leonard Gates. He is the man for the World Seniors at the moment. He's virtually unstoppable in that. Totally different
100.
vibe, isn't it, this MODUS Super Series?
$93. 100.
Better from Gates. Bloody on the perfect leg, as I say it. I do like ton all the way down to a 101
99.
finish. Kind of games that these players will practice, and just assessing the situation there, Leonard, having a little look at the scores there. He's in control of this leg because of the fact he's throwing first.
100.
Once again, is still on that perfect leg of darts. There's Jake just spraying them about them things regarding the consistency. May come to the fore for Jake, but
86.
it's a good start for him.
Something you don't see that often, really, the 5-ton leg, which you'd expect to see quite a lot more, actually, when we're dealing with international, even professional players.
100.
But it's on the 5-ton leg. Very rare thing in darts.
I don't know, there was just something special about that 15. I got the perfect 15 darter.
83. Leonard, you require 101.
Could be just that spark to get Leonard going. I tell you what, when he gets a double, Leonard, expect him to get it. One of his real strengths. He can still do it here with treble 20, double 19. He's just the time he took there, just sort of stopped his rhythm, Matt.
41. Jake, you require
I don't think he's found any
140.
rhythm at the moment. This is a long way off of what we'd expect from Leonard Gates. A man who kind of loves this time of year as well, when we look
45.
at what he did this time last
Leonard, you
year as
require
well,
60.
in the Grand Slam, the World Championship. He came here as well. Had a good performance down here at the Super Series around this time last year.
Game shot on the third
I
leg.
did say
Leonard
give him a
Gates.
dart or a double. He normally hits it, which is usually the kiss of death with my predictions there. But he's one of those players that you feel
Fourth leg, it's Jake to throw
when he
first.
gets a dart or a double. I was
Game on.
mesmerised with James Wade this week with his incredible stats on the outer ring, and expect that from Leonard this week. And he's a big scorer as
100.
well. So, you know, you can see why he's dominated the World Series this year. He's got that fine balance of being a heavy hitter. Super solid on the outer ring.
100.
He came down here last year around Christmas time because he was preparing for the World Championships. Like he is this year, he's here
134.
in preparation for Lakeside, which he'll be taking part in just a couple of weeks' time now, trying to win that WDF World Championship. One thing that I remember so clearly about Leonard
60.
Gates was his large appetite, shall we say, for Christmas, because when he was asked about the things he likes about Christmas Day, he said we get presents in the morning and then it's time to eat.
100.
And he listed about 7 different meals he was going to eat across the day. Sounded like I really wanted to go to Leonard Gates' house for Christmas.
Sounds like my type
100.
of guy.
Jake, you
There was
require
no Palmer in there, though.
167.
Another tasty leg here from Jake.
60.
However, just trebleless there. I would have liked maybe the treble 19 with that last dart. First, that just seemed to be covering the treble. And Leonard far from his best. This is what he can do, though.
100.
I expect many of them. That's his first of the
Jake, you
week.
require 107.
When you mentioned about learning about Jake, these are the moments very early where he's asked the questions
Yeah,
and he
shot on the
provides
fourth leg,
big,
Jake
big
McMillan.
answers. That is a big 107 because Leonard Gates hit a maximum shot there to leave himself a 2-darter.
Fifth leg,
Not
it's
only to
Leonard
level
throw
the game
first.
up, but to give
Game
himself
on.
the advantage of throw back.
Yeah, moment of the match, that 107 was great. And the fact that Leonard Gates was sat on 61 as well.
85.
You've got to put that into the equation too. The 107 can look very inviting. But when your opponent sat there, and we talked about the prowess of Leonard Gates at doubles.
137.
Yeah, McMillan is beginning to motor. It's no surprise to me as I looked at all the number crunching. And he does have this big average in him.
58.
Well, it might not be too much of a surprise to you, but it might be a big surprise to our punters. Leonard Gates went off 1-4 in this match. Big favourite for this. 11-4
46.
available on Jake McMillan, which already I'd be quite safe and confident in saying I don't think we're going to get prices like that as the day goes on.
39.
Yeah, the punters last week did really well with the bet builders. Remember to gamble responsibly. 18 plus begambleaware.org. And Jake
140.
McMillan is in a fantastic position right now. And at Gates, as we talk about the heavy favourite, you can just see the vulnerability, the distress signals coming out.
83.
When you see 178, all you're thinking is give me 138.
I think the distress signals for Leonard Gates
80.
have kind of been set off after the first 6 darts. At no point in this game have I felt comfortable or confident in Leonard Gates. And This is just a traditional Super Series Monday morning game.
140.
Well, the setup play last
Jake,
round for
you
Leonard was
require
good.
98.
Did put pressure on the 107 for Jake McMillan, just taking his time on this 98. Whether he's just messing about with his equipment there. Did see, yes, he is, because we did see Josh Rock just take an awful lot of time on his deciding double. But it wasn't the case. He just a little change of the flights there, and it's double 19-4. A big win. Very aggressive.
82.
It was the way to go.
Leonard, you require 96.
He'll hope to be back.
Nice little marker there for Leonard Gates.
Game shot on the fifth
He's
leg.
gone for the
Leonard
nice big
Gates.
open section of the bed. Good finishing here from both, but Jake McMillan
Sixth
at
leg. It's Jake
3-1
to
up
throw
would
first.
have eyeballed
Game
this
on.
leg as the one to win. That last one was just a bonus.
Yeah, you say that, Matt, but when you're sat on 16, 96 is maybe a 60-40 that
60.
your opponent's not going to get it. You just sense when Leonard Gates just gets down to that double, and that's why he wins titles. That's where the confidence comes from. I think he'd be disappointed with his scoring, and
59.
look, you've got to look at the situation as well. Both of these players, it's a long journey to get here. They could be suffering with jet lag and tiredness, etc. So maybe not
46.
to read too much into the performance here from both, but pleasantly surprised for Jake. You just know what to expect with Leonard.
I think that's one of the things we've always got to appreciate with players from
60.
America and Canada, and the amount of miles and effort they put into their darts. I remember when Danny Baggish was over here, he was living not too far away from me, and he says, Matt, should we go to this tournament? I went, I'm not going there. That's 45 minutes away. And he's like, I'd go 45 minutes for a practice.
Yeah, I sat with Damon Hetta for a couple of years, and yeah, I mean, it's a
60.
plane journey away for local league. In a fantastic position. Something Matt mentioned there, that he'll have
91.
eyeballed this leg of darts because he was throwing first. I questioned that was, how will he be affected because of the disappointment from the last leg? Well, Jake McMillan's put it once again, has put himself in a fantastic
Jake, you
position, and
require
he's
170.
6 darts away from victory here.
58.
Little invitation here for Leonard Gates. If you can find a 140, a couple of trebles, that's where you can then pressurise and try and force the hand of your opponent.
And he's thinking about his finishing there as well.
85.
Yeah, be disappointed with the
Jake,
last
you
one there.
require 112.
There a dart. The win.
72.
And that
Leonard,
last
you
start
require
now has forced Leonard Gates to need
137.
2 trebles in order to get a dart. He stayed straight. He could have utilised the ball. He's in the 5s again, so Jake, 3 darts
66.
at tops.
Jake, you require
The first
40.
2 points of the week.
$20.
The hardest one to hit, isn't it?
Leonard,
the one
you
that wins you that
require
match. That
71.
is the dart to hit.
Well thrown darts, though. This is what Leonard Gates does. This is what good players do. He's got options on 71, so that's 54 left. He's just double checking with the referee there. Mustn't miss the big number like you did earlier. So good with 1 dart in his hands.
51.
I think he thought that was in the way
Jake,
that
you
dart was
require
flying there.
20.
Chance for McMillan. This has to go. And it's jubilant
Game
Jake
shot and the
McMillan. You
match,
can see
Jake
the fist pump
McMillan.
of what it means to him there. A very solid performance from Jake McMillan, the man from Canada. Beats the man from the United States in Leonard Gates. It was a tight affair. Jake was in control for much of that game, with the 107 being the highlight. But the fist pump, the double 10, Jake McMillan is up and running. And next up is the champ. It's Jim McEwan against Johan Engstrom.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, the Canadian debutant Jake McMillan got the better of Leonard Gates by 4 legs to 2, winning that all-North American battle. Right, now it's time to see the champion back in action. It was around about a fortnight ago when Jim McEwan, on that stage behind us, picked up the £20,000 cheque, the first prize, and became the 4th name on the MODUS Super Series trophy. And he is back here to do it all again and to try and repeat the feat and be back here come February time. His first assignment is the Swede, is Johan Engstrom, the Sweet Ferret, in action here at the live lounge. And early on this morning, Glenn Durrant had a little bit of a chat with Jim to see how life has been post-trophy.
Story's fantastic, so I just want to strip it back just a little bit, and I want to go right back to the beginning. Up to the age of about 35, what was darts for you, age, teenage up to about that age of 35?
A pure hobby. My mum and dad were into darts in a local league, and when I was 15 they started to take me. And I wasn't so much into it. I liked it. They had we live in a small town, about 8,000 people. They had a small open, and I entered and I won it at 15. I thought that was good, so I joined the local league. But as you say, right up to 35, I played on a Tuesday night, and to be honest, I wasn't really good. I wasn't very good.
You took about a decade off, very reminiscent. I took the age of 19 to 29 off, so you took a few years off, but then came back. The reasons behind that, and what happened to your darts from there?
When you start a family, you know yourself, it's hard. You don't want to be away from them. But even then, I wasn't serious about darts anyway. I just stopped until 2011, 2012. One of my friends asked me to go back to a pub league, and I went. And that same year, he asked me if I wanted to try the Scottish Open. I'd never been to a big Open before. And I went, and the bug just started then.
Incredible. We'll probably have crossed paths, because 2012 Scottish Open was round about the time I started travelling as well. And your first big break?
My first big game was against you in the Isle of Man, 4 or 5 years ago maybe.
Who won that one?
No, we'll not talk about that. It was
Yeah, that was Jim McEwan there. His feet haven't touched the ground since that fantastic win, a very emotional win. And I just felt it, Matt, when that winning dart went in. I think when you get to the age that Jim McEwan's had, but the opportunities that the MODUS Super Series has given Jim, the world seniors now, he rejuvenated into a player that he is today. And it was just a sensational story for the 56-year-old. And look, he's going to go to Q School this year. He's in great form, and only 12 months ago he was really, really disappointed with his darts. He wasn't sure where to go. And Johan Engstrom, and it's great to see Johan. I had a real moment when I played him in 2012 in the World Masters, and we talked about it when we met this morning. We talked about the last time we met. He was leading me 2-0 and 2-0. And for some bizarre reason, I just found something from somewhere. So it's something that we always chat. So Johan has always been someone I've followed. Big representative of Sweden darts at the World Cup, the Europe Cup.
44.
Be interesting to see where his form is. But Jim McEwan, big favourite going into this one, Matt.
Favourite going into this, favourite going into the week, and that is off the back of what he did last time he was here. But when you look at the ages of the players there, Jim McEwan, 56, now just picking up his biggest prize check in darts, it just shows how diverse darts is, and that age is no barrier to the sport. We just saw Leonard Gates in the last game, 52 years old, having the season of his life.
57.
This is something you're probably a fine advocate for, aren't you, Glenn? Because you didn't win anything until your late 40s.
Yeah, 43-year-old was the first one, and then just a decade of just wonderful things. And it's just great now because Jim's 53. From an era where, look, local league, Super League, county darts, and then you hope to play at Lakeside. And he had that dream of playing at Lakeside. That's all he wanted. And that incredible debut, averaging over 101. He then become a big favourite. He's really beating up Neil Duff. And Neil Duff, being the champion that he is, found something from somewhere in that incredible game. And it still hurts, he says. But you know, when you get them successes like he's
43.
very nearly had at the World Seniors this year in the match play, losing to Leonard Gates, and that incredible moment a few weeks ago against Marino Michaels in the final.
If you was to ask me a question a couple of years ago and said, Matt, what is the
60.
peak age of a dart player? I would say late 30s. But the way darts is going at the moment, that's been blown out of the water with what we're seeing on both ends of the spectrum now. We're seeing Luke Littler here, back-to-back champion, 16 years
84.
old, followed by Jim McEwan at 56 years old, taking that title.
Yeah, who was it? If you're old enough, you're good enough type thing. So that's incredible. I was at the Blackburn Academy on Saturday. I was coaching 42 young players, and the future is
60.
very, very bright in Blackburn. And you know, I think the successes of what darts is doing, what it's doing to global darts. I'm just seeing that North American game in the previous game, but also the youth. And then you've got, as you mentioned there, that age is no barrier.
60.
The
Jim,
Peter
you
Wright
require
becoming a world champion in
140.
his 50s, and Jim McEwan, and then the inception of the World Seniors as well, as Jim McEwan looks at 140 to get his campaign going. It'd be some start.
130.
About to say, what is it about that stage that gets Jim McEwan going? But a little shake of the head there, because double five is an area where you're not guaranteed it, and Johan's going to put plenty of pressure on this double five.
138.
Double five is an
Jim, you
area you
require
don't like
10.
being at 10 o'clock on a Monday morning.
Game
Unless
shot on
you're
the
Jim
first
McEwan.
leg.
He
Jim
absolutely
McEwan.
loves it at 10 o'clock on a Monday morning.
Still commentated on David Evans getting 28
Second
points in
leg is
Group
Johan
A.
to throw first.
Quite recent, and
Game
obviously
on.
that's the record that Jim McEwan holds as well. But 14 wins in 15 on that Group A campaign. You talk about 9:30 in the morning games, 10 o'clock morning games, and to go get 14 wins out of 15.
140.
He had no discussion that he's one of the greats of the MODUS Super Series, despite what he's done. He just said, I'm just a very methodical player. No one likes to play me, Glenn. He knows his strengths. He works on his weaknesses. He's a very, very tough nut to crack.
180.
And that interview that you did
81.
earlier on, Glenn, with Jim McEwan, the full extended version will be available on YouTube, on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Some really good, interesting points there that Jim McEwan brought up. And you know what it's like as well. When you win somewhere, it changes how you view the
140.
venue or that stage. Right now, Jim McEwan's going to feel so at home being up there, because as soon as he gets up there, he's going to be flooded with all those good memories and vibes and just things like, oh, I remember standing here while this was happening. You remember
100.
everything.
Horses for courses is what I say. There were certain venues I'd walk in and I say, who am I playing in the final? And then there's venues where you'd walk and think, I'll give that competition a miss. And I think Jim McEwan right now just feels very, very at home here. Albeit, he's a funny
91.
one. He still preferred the Southampton venue.
It's mad how a building can make you feel different to exactly the same game. Just because those memories and those experiences you've had in the past.
100.
It was all positive for
Jim, you
Jim
require
McEwan.
90.
Lifted that trophy a couple of weeks ago. Filled his pockets with cash. Hoping to fill the bullseye. One of these tapered barrel darts.
65. Johan, you require 80.
And really important with the first dart to stay straight, which is stating the obvious, but you can trickle into that 5 and 1. And he took that out of the equation. Must be the left-hand side of the
Game
top.
shot on the second leg.
I'll
Johan
tell you what, that was
Engstrom.
very sensible, and experience is a word that we use for many of the players who reach that mid-40s, and Johan probably
Third
thought the
leg,
treble
it's Jim
20,
to throw
sometimes you'd be
first.
very aggressive
Game on.
and then go and slide into the 1 and 5. And you think, I'm going to go tops, but it was a very half-hearted attempt at tops, and just really laid 2 darts and sat the third on top.
57.
Jim McEwan's been doing all right on the seniors tour, hasn't he, Glenn?
We had a tough game at the match play in the first round, didn't he? Should have been out. But joking aside, it's just giving opportunities. It was
58.
great to see Andy Jenkins go number 1 in the rankings. It was, great to see Mike Huntley doing, the previous number 1. It's Fantastic to see what Leonard Gates has done. And like I said, Jim McEwan has used that as a real catalyst for his success, not only
59.
here, but he still has dreams and aspirations of being a professional player, as Jim, and fair play to him. Who's to argue that he won't be a professional player in 2024? Well, not me and not many of the MODUS Super Series
100.
regular viewers. And while I've got the great man Matt Edgar here, the social media guru, get yourselves on Twitter at MSS Darts. We're here to chat all things darts. Another fantastic week of darts for Luke Humphreys. Who's going to win the MODUS Super Series
48.
this week? What does 2024 bring? There is no.
Best player in the world for you right now, Luke Humphreys?
Has to be, doesn't he? And what a time to say that with,
60.
you know, you got the Players' Championships this week, and then you can begin to just smell Ali Pali, and, you know, what a time to go into it when the game's ridiculously easy, which is he's making it look at the moment.
And believes it as well.
57.
Just listen to him. He's so believing, he's so bought in, he's so confident in what he is doing. I get that vibe always as well from James Richardson, who comes up in our next game, that he's just
140.
so in belief, regardless of what the outcome is at the time. That's our next game. James Richardson, Jan McIntosh.
It's great to see these players coming to the
83.
ADC, not only in the
Johan, you
UK,
require 143.
but also in Europe as well. But Johan is a real stalwart of Nordic darts, for Swedish dart. You can see the flag there on his dart. He should go at the 18s on the last one. I'm
65.
trying to work out the way he's gone there. With 98 left, yeah. He's right, I'm wrong. But yeah, a great guy is Johan. And if he might correct me later, but I'm sure the last time I saw him, he was having problems with dartitis and releasing his dart. That seems to have gone and eradicated.
93.
He can be very
Johan, you
dangerous, Matt.
require 78.
He was dangerous on the 80. Took that out in the last leg. Now got 2 darts to break the throw of the champion of champions.
Yeah, you thought that was in, did you, Johan?
72. Jim,
The
you require
main reaction there is,
104.
oh no, not double 3. That, if he comes back, because he is playing Jim McEwan, who is so adept at these types of finishes, he's going to get a dart or a double. And that double is tops. He doesn't need to move.
84. Johan, you require 6.
Straight for it. Gone on the top wire, so it's 1-1-1. A 2-1 lead, and that's a long way off.
Yeah, I didn't
Jim, you
feel
require
confident with that last
20.
dart, but I thought the double 3 was well thrown, very aggressive. Don't expect McEwan to miss from here. So good, usually on double 10. Tell you what, that's how tricky it is. That fantastic camera angle there shows you how difficult this one is. That makes it more appealing.
10. Johan, you require 2.
If we go for the old down the local, the 1 up. Make it 2.
No score.
And not in.
Jim, you require 10.
He was double checking it. Thought it was close enough. It wasn't. McEwan going for the 1 up, 1 in. There's a bit of air between that one and the double 5. See, he's frustrated.
5.
Unable to adapt,
Johan,
unable
you
to
require
adjust. And
2.
nervy opening game.
Well, I would have said no after the first 2 legs. I thought both looked fine. This is one of
on the
those
third
classic
leg,
games
Johan
there. And
Engstrom.
for Johan, it's all about just getting that winning double. But as a player these days, Matt, maybe not necessarily with these two,
4th leg, it's Johan to throw
you then
first.
start thinking of your averages.
Game on.
It's madness. You know, gone are the days when you've just got that win-loss ratio. You know that people are watching and you all them missed out at a double just make your average implode.
140.
And this is what we're saying in the opening game. When we look at things like the averages and the numbers, it doesn't always tell you the full story when you just look at that overview. Sometimes you've got to dig a lot deeper to get the real reflection of the game.
100.
Yeah, there's a word I use an awful lot when you had a leg like that, and it's just got to be patient. I mean, Jim could panic as we At the side on there with a very high elbow. We're having a little chat with Matt. Just off air
100.
before, just talking about players' throws. We might be interested when we see Jan's throw next. On. Very methodical.
140.
Very straight. Full of concentration.
But you could see the frustration on that last start and how it was thrown so differently. He's clearly feeling the difference in the release of the darts because that shoulder's just becoming involved and becoming active, which completely changes the release point.
And we talked about obviously a lot lower elbow than this one, and that's when it goes. You can see that elbow is right on the bottom mark of the sponsorship sign behind there.
60.
Whereas if we watch Johans, it's a lot higher.
121.
What I don't like about Johans, he does have a lot of body movement when he's throwing a dart. That's got to be the same every time. So 71, treble 13 or treble 17 is the option. The double 10, this would be a sparkling finish.
111.
I think for Johan, it's the grip's so loose in the hand, isn't it? It's not a conventional grip, that.
Like I said, I think he's had problems with a little bit of dart ice. He might correct me.
139.
I'll maybe check on that one later. But you don't want to put memories
10.
into the minds when they're trying to throw darts. But maybe someone out there who's watching can confirm that. Come on, he says. He doesn't want to be messing around with double 2, double 1 again.
6. Jim, you require 62.
Well, the opportunities are adding up. There's been 23 darts thrown at a double in this game so far.
62. Wow. Couple of times today, seen Leonard Gates miss a big number.
41.
Seen Jim McEwan miss a big
Johan,
number. For
you require
Johan now, you'll be
4.
thinking he's going to hit this against me. But it's double 2 for Johan for a 3-1 lead.
Back up to double 1. You take this out in the last. But that was
2.
after plenty of misses.
Jim, you require
Jim
21.
McEwan hasn't even left himself on a single darter. He's going to have to burn another dart. Just got to make sure of this single number. Down to the very bottom of the board.
18.
Double trouble.
Johan, you require 2.
One out and in last time.
No score. Jim, you require 3.
One of the rare finishes that you can only do one way. Down a fraction.
1.
Fraction more than that
Johan,
one. They're
you
both in
require
the
2.
madhouse. Welcome to the Dog and Duck.
Surely.
No score.
I reckon
Jim,
if
you
that was you,
require
Glenn, you'd have
2.
thought that was in and celebrated that one like at the Isle of Man.
Game shot on a 4 flag. Jim McEwan.
Yeah, this game so far is a tale of missed opportunities.
5th leg. It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Just reading the body language now. I said Jim McEwan will be patient. Johan right behind him there, shaking his head, and he's thinking of the last leg. The best advice I can give anybody is just keep looking forward.
In this situation, Jim McEwan's been here a million times. He knows what the Monday morning game's like, and he knows that
100.
you can recover a situation if you start bad at the Super Series. For Johan, is this like the beginning of his big week? Are both players looking at this completely differently? This sort of poor performance that is currently underway.
83.
Yeah, I was thinking Jan will be desperate to be up next, and already this game is now entering its 16th minute. It's going to be lots of games, and he'll be itching to get up there, Jan, next to make his debut here. And
60.
Johan, part of me thinking he should be off the stage by now. He could have won this game 4-0, and Jim McEwan could have been 3-1, but it's been one of those ones where doubles, but it's a best-of-3 match now. Jim McEwan can't continue to give him chances, Matt.
140.
Well, whenever you keep a player alive, they've always got the chance of finding their form. And we know what Jim McEwan's form is. He is the Super Series defending champion.
95. Jim, you require 98.
Yeah, never a favourite, the 98 finish, because you are thinking of double 19, even if that goes in. I was about to say, don't miss the big number.
$62.
Superbly mopped up, and Johan Engstrom is a long way behind.
$96. Jim, you require 36. Game shot on
The
the
best
fifth
leg
leg
of the
Jim
match so
McEwan.
far. Confident, clean, crisp. 14 darter there from Jim McEwan.
Sixth leg,
Is that
it's
the
Johan to
moment
throw
that Jim
first.
McEwan now is starting to
on.
stamp his authority on this game? Because that was a very assured holder throw.
Yeah, good players just seem to win games with their C game. It's really important that you have
60.
that element of your game. And look, it's usually when it's methodical players as well, because they know how to dig in, they know how to fight. He knows it's a strength. He knows that Johan won't be liking the pace of this game. He will always dictate the pace, and he won't change
125.
for anybody.
And I think this is one of the things that's come with age as well. Like, if this was one of the younger players in the darting world, I would expect they'd come off and they'd be like, my average wasn't very good, I didn't play very good, and they'd be
60.
more bothered about the performance. I think by the time Jim McEwan got back to the practice room, which is about a 15-second walk, I think he'll be more bothered at the fact he won rather than, oh, my average wasn't very good, which you get from the more younger players these days.
96.
Yeah, and when you're working with the younger players as well, they all want to throw like Michael Smith these days. I think I must have been working with a few young players this week, and the Michael throw is out there.
140.
This more slow, methodical pace is probably more akin to players in the 40s and 50s.
$83.
You don't often see a lot of emotion from Jim McEwan, but he was not happy with that treble one there.
I don't think he's been happy with any part of this game, other than the fact he's currently
96.
winning it, which is the most important factor and the most important part.
Could be the beginning of the end. After such a good first start, that's what the frustration's about.
97.
Sensibly went on the 17s
Johan,
there
you
with the
require
last start.
145.
Talked about how difficult that 98 finish would be if he'd have gone the 19s route. Johan can't finish. Jim McEwan is 100 points away from victory.
92. Jim, you require 100.
It's all about the first start. Perfect.
$90.
Once again,
Johan, you require 53.
problems on the outer ring continue for both players. Johan Engstrom going to have darts to take this all the way.
Game
And from
shot on the
absolutely
sixth leg,
nowhere,
Johan
he
Engstrom.
pings the tops. And that could be the difference between those two players. There's nothing really to separate on all the
Seventh
statistics.
and final leg.
However,
It's Jim to throw first.
Jim
Game
McEwan is
on.
thrown first, and that could be the big, big difference.
The last time Jim McEwan had the throw, he went out in 14 darts. So it's like he's aware of where he needs
60.
to produce the most. But with that can bring its own pressures.
Well, trebleless. So Johan, if he can find the treble 20, you can see him chattering away. Both players are. They're trying to self-motivate.
100.
You'd be slightly disappointed there. I think that last start, the way the angle of the dart going in, you're hoping to hear the 140 rather than the 100. And Jim McEwan's thrown good darts here, but not finding the treble. He has now.
140.
And that rectifies the situation of that trebleless visit in the opening, especially in our last leg where tons are good scores at this situation.
Well, tons might not be enough at the moment.
140.
140 there from Johan Engstrom. Both players are saving their best till last. As Matt alluded to, the last time Jim McEwan had the darts, he went out in 14. Johan was a long, long way. However, the pressure is coming from Johan. Not showing in the darts from Jim McEwan at the moment. Advantage to the Swede.
27.
Big advantage, because McEwan's lost the advantage of the throw now in the scoreboard, because Johan looking for just one treble and not that one. Would have left him on a finish.
95.
But McEwan needs 2. Minimum of 2.
What a first dart. Should go downstairs on the second, but why should you when your first dart's that good?
140.
Nothing to separate from the first dart to the last. Johan Engstrom is on a bogey number, but he can set it up very, very nicely here.
$58.
That is
Jim, you
unlucky.
require 134.
Sweet. Ferret will be feeling pretty sour after that. Third time, Jim McEwan's gone for the 18s, Matt, and hit a 4.
Just
44.
dropping low, isn't he? It's
Johan,
not been
you
a
require
comfortable performance from
108.
Jim McEwan.
Options on 108. Treble 16. Can't be done, and Jim McEwan would be typical
52.
of Jim McEwan
Jim, you require
to check
90.
out on this.
And especially on the double 5.
85.
Target we said at the start of the game.
Johan, you
People don't
require
like.
56.
He might hate it if Johan could take out this 56.
Well, he smashed in the 53 with 2 darts in the last leg. Will that be on his mind? He's back at tops. And it's the
shot.
Swede
And the
that
match,
gets over the
Johan
line, which is a
Engstrom.
turn for the books, you would think. Nothing to separate. It was a classic case of tale of missed opportunities. And the obligatory fist bump. Johan Engstrom is up and running. Just look at those checkout ratios, though. That needs to be improved from both players. It's a disappointing start from the champ, but Johan gets his first 2 points. And it's the debut next for Jan McIntosh. He plays James Richardson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jim McEwan's title defence has got off to a defeat. 4-3, he lost out in the end to Johan Engstrom. Right, next up for us, a little bit of television history for you, because we're going to see the first ever player from the Faroe Islands take part in a televised darts match. Jan McIntosh in action up against James Richardson back here at the Super Series, and I have been told that the Vindaloo is most certainly in the building. The slow cooker is here, but he's looking to get off to a fast start. And in the commentary box is Glenn Dowen and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. And pulls apart in sense of experience here at the MODUS Super Series. James Richardson, who's been absolutely superb here many, many times, and I have to feel it's all about this guy, Jan McIntosh. And lovely to speak to him earlier. Very softly spoken and so excited to be here and representing the Faroe Islands. And it's a fantastic story. And how will he settle? Because what was interesting when I was talking to him, he's just happy to be here. He just wants to get the experience. He just da-da-da. But he's good enough. He's got some good credentials there. He has beaten Scott Williams with a 104 average at the World Cup when Scott was representing England last year. But Jan, big moment for him, Matt.
Absolutely, and something that we can, when we look at the sports book, you mentioned at the end of the last game, that was a turnout for the books. That's what we've had so far today.
First
We've
leg,
had
it's Jan to throw
two
first.
favourites.
Game on.
4, Leonard Gates 1-4 favourite, Jim McEwan 4-11. So we've had an 11-4 and a 2-1 winner so far this morning, which could we make it a hat-trick of upsets?
60.
Also had a bit of a seniors vibe as well this morning, haven't we? Talking about Leonard Gates and Jim McEwan. James Richardson will be eligible for the seniors come next year. His birthday is in January. He's 49 years
91.
of age at the moment, which means next year we could see James Richardson take to that seniors tour.
Yeah, there was probably a part where you'd get to your mid-40s and you think, that's my darts career's over. And
58.
like I said, the opportunity's out there now when you get to that age. And yeah, James would be really, really dangerous, but I'm sure he'll still wants to be a professional player. Very up and down of recent James.
100.
He can be incredibly good, incredibly quick to watch. But just looking at Jan McIntosh, and one game that stands out as I do my research on him, the Iceland Masters, a quarter-final against a certain Matthew
70.
Edgar. Can you remember him? Do you remember the game?
I do. I remember the game quite well, actually. It was a decent game. I can't remember who won that tournament.
100.
Does it say?
I'll check that for you. And Matthew Edgar won £4.11.
I didn't get the 11 pence in. They gave me the £4. I need to go back.
Currency exchange,
80.
it's called. Wait till you get your tax bill on that £4 as well.
So I'll be able to claim my expenses.
77.
£2.
Start from Richardson. You might see Jan starting the 19s on 2-3-3. Looks like he's staying upstairs. Why not with that first dart?
140.
Very Bristow-esque
James,
with a
you
little
require
finger there.
133.
Jan, and for Richardson, 1-3-3 is always a tough one because you're going around the ball, but you can set it up nicely. Maybe a treble 18 is the last dart.
57.
Chance for McIntosh,
Jan,
and
you require
decisions to be
93.
made on 93. You can go very aggressively on the treble 19, or you can go for the centre of the board.
James Richardson is somebody that is here in preparation as well, just like
37.
Leonard Gates. So his
James, you require
attack on
76.
Lakeside, be one of those players that's had the luxury of playing at both World Championship venues.
36.
Just then
Jan,
bends
you
the one,
require
a nervous
56.
look to see that Jan for his first leg win at the MODUS Super Series. This would be a settler. Game was full of missed darter doubles,
16.
and both of them have
James,
bent
you
the wire
require
now.
40.
You don't expect James Richardson to pass up too many opportunities. Was clattered into that first up. Nice big
Getting shot on
open
the
bed now
first
for James
leg,
Richardson, and a good
Richardson.
adjustment down the board to get that opening leg and a break of throw. But when you start in
Second leg,
darts,
it's
whenever
James
you're
to throw
watching
first.
darts or when you first
Game
pick up a
on.
set of darts, there are two stages you want to play on. And most people have a preference to which one they want to go. Do they want to leg side? Do they
100.
want to go alley-pally? James Richardson's got both on his CV. There's not too many people that have got all three. If you remember the Circus Tavern
60.
as a World Championship venue, and now again a World Championship venue with the seniors. You've got all three now, haven't you?
Yes. Yeah, and by far the
83.
best for me, of course, is where I guess I had a lot of the success at Lakeside. And two different players. You can see that front elevation there of Jan, very tall. So you could argue he could stand up a little bit taller. But I do
99.
like when these big players have that lean. Very much the same for James. James is all about the rhythm. I always think see him messing about with his darts there. And
125.
he's that rat-a-tat player where if that first one goes in, usually the others follow. Have a little look at that extension of the follow-through there. Very schooled. It's very traditional throw. It's a bit
81.
more slow than James, who's got that. I always feel when the first dart goes in with James, you expect the rest to follow. You have to say, by far the
59.
quickest player of the players today. The game, I guess, the game with Leonard Gates will be a good one with James.
I think that's a game where two players will bring the best out of each other as well, because they'll respect each other's reputations. Or
90.
am I overestimating that?
James,
Does
you
James
require
Richardson have no respect for
134.
reputations? Remember what he did to Raymond van Barneveld at the World Championship?
40.
Yeah, when I think of James Richardson, I remember playing him at the European Tour. He's one of those players you just hope you're going to get the C game of James. You could argue there's quite a few in this group here where they're a little
57.
inconsistent. We could see
James,
some
you require 94.
massive averages this week, and we could see some disappointing averages for these players. I guess the most important thing, Matt, is just the 2
54.
points early doors. Get
Jan,
yourself
you
up and
require
running.
140.
The averages will look after themselves.
Yeah, I get that vibe that this is going to be one of those weeks where someone who gets some form going will
84.
continue to rise
James,
with
you
that. Will
require
continue to
40.
ride that crest of a wave.
Just a little lateral drift into the fives there. He likes that wire at the tops today, does James?
20.
Like you said, they can't get any
Jan, you
closer. The man
require
who's going to be
30.
having a Brussels sprout vindaloo tonight. What a double the players like for the fear of hitting the 15. However, with the last start, you can be aggressive. But can he get it through? Yes,
Shot on
he
the
can.
second leg, Jan
What a
McIntosh.
fantastic last start that was, because when that brilliant camera angle showed there that the first two darts, Virtue was covering the bed.
Third leg,
It
it's
gets
Jan
to
to
a
throw
stage
first.
where, dare I say
Game
it,
on.
Matt, a little bit hit and hope. You hope it's not going to bash into the tungsten of the first two darts, and it just reached the upper part of that double 15. And food for thought for James Richardson.
108.
And I know that James Richardson isn't going out to buy this Brussels spout vindaloo. He'll be cooking it in his slow cooker in his hotel room.
100.
Imagine being in the room next to. I don't think that smells too pleasant, you know.
Exactly the words I said as Jan smashes in his first 180, but you can just see the body movement there. That's a little bit of adrenaline going through his body right at this moment.
125.
Speaking of people that won't be buying dinner, I'm guessing you won't be buying dinner later either, will you, Glenn?
I think that's very unfair. I think that I'm not afraid to go,
100.
go to the bar and pay my way. Quiz night tonight, are you coming?
No.
Doesn't matter, we've got Luke now in the production team. They reckon he is fantastic, so I might win my first one.
45.
I think winning the first one. Jan is in a good position here. However, he was in total control of the leg. That score of 45 just gives a chance for James.
45.
I just sense, Matt,
Jan,
you know
require
James a little bit better than
151.
I do. He's coming in, he's just searching for his form for Lakeside, and I don't think right at this moment he's producing his best generally.
Yeah, he's not on it in this game at all. I do expect that he'll find it as it goes, but
135.
we've seen James here at the Super Series many times, and we've had so many different versions of James Richardson. Remember, once he came here, lost all his matches on one day, came the next day and won them
You
all.
require 16.
Very typical of him. Is a typical Jan for a 13 dart of a double 8. You just sense the
shot on the third
confidence
leg.
coming
Jan
out of Jan
McIntosh.
right now. I think it's really important for Jan to get that first leg under his belt, and he just looked
Fourth leg,
really
it's James
assured
to
in
throw
that leg of
first.
darts.
Game on.
The Faroe Islands, a technical college he works at, and he's teaching there in a place called Torshavn.
121.
Big apologies to everyone in the Faroe Islands who are watching in at my pronunciation. He has 3 daughters with his girlfriend. He's been with her for 15 years. His best memory in darts is participating in the PDCNB in Iceland. And they beat both
140.
Dennis Nielsen and Daniel Larsson, 2 players who've partnered Johan Engstrom as well, representing Sweden. So he's got the credentials as Jan.
96.
Like I said, he was very proud this morning. I know Scott Williams does check in while he's practicing as well. If you're about Scott, can you remember the game against this man? Because he was really proud of a victory over Scott.
And he's in a very exciting position. He's in
80.
a position I almost envy players are when we see countries like that are growing and developing in the sport, and they get to be like
81.
the front runner, the flag bearer of that nation. Seen with Belgium in the past when we first got Kim Huybrechts and Dimitri Vandenberg, and they'll be forever looked up to as flag bearers of that country.
95.
Well, I've had a challenge to try and pronounce his girlfriend's name. Well, the first part I can do. So, Barbara, I've done that very well, haven't I? So, if you're
96.
watching, Barbara can do very well. Let's have a go at the surname. Olavsdatir. Olavsdatir. You have a go.
94. James, you require
Olavs
107.
Dottir.
Pathetic, Matthew. Pathetic. And we'll be back for 92. And once again, he went for on the 93.
51.
You have the option of going
Jan,
in the
you
centre of the
require
board on the
92.
92 to pretty much guarantee yourself a dart at the bullseye to win the leg. It looks like he's been super aggressive by going now. So now you're not guaranteed. Now you've got decisions to make. That's the only problem with going that way.
52. James, you require 56.
No guarantees here, though, for James Richardson. Tops has not been his friend so far in this match, but he's going to have 2 more darts.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
And they have
James
just
Richardson.
Rekindled their friendship.
What's interesting, I mean, he threw good dart at Tops and he's been unlucky on there, but 1 from
5th
7 on
leg,
the
it's
outer
Jan
ring
to
going
throw
into that
first.
dart.
Game on.
You can just see himself. He's that type of player, James. You can see him just nodding away. He's just trying to get the adrenaline going through him. Deep in thought there right now. He's itching to get to the hockey.
45.
That's
And
when
we'll be
James-
delighted to hear that score of 45, Matt.
Yeah, he plays his best when he gets into this mode, James Richardson, and it's almost when he looks like he wants to have a fight with the dartboard. He sort of
41.
stares a hole through it, he's grimacing and growling at the board. That's when you sort of get the best of James Richardson. He sort of gets what I like to describe as a bit of a stomp on, where he's sort of stomping around the hockey.
95.
Better from Richardson.
140.
Much better. You could see the frustration in that 41.
$41. $60.
That's the inconsistency of James Richardson. That 140 you're hoping is that spark to get him going. No one's really put their head above the parapet so far today. Yes, of all the 6 players, the one player, I guess, is Jake McMillan.
98.
And he will be up next in a big, big game with Jim McEwan, who will be frustrated going back to the players' area. You do get time to regroup. Get your thoughts on one good thing for Jim. Despite that disappointing defeat, he will be back up next.
One thing we can say about this Group A, being the favourite means nothing. There is no respect for reputation
100.
here so far.
Each game feels like a coupon buster, doesn't it? James has got a chance with a 180 here. Especially after that first start now. Don't bust it. I've seen players go treble 12, even the small 20 if you're Andy Hamilton.
140.
That's a sensational set of play.
122.
1-2-2 would be pretty special from Jan, because start on the 18s usually means the bullseye to finish. Not to be. Chance for Richardson.
It's
54.
back up to the top of the board
James,
again
you
for James
require
Richardson.
40.
This time to take the lead for the first time in the match.
Game shot on the 5th leg. James Richardson.
Mentioned when he went for tops in the last leg that I felt like tops wasn't his friend. Since then, 2 from 2 from James Richardson, and he's hitting it at
6th
the
leg.
right
It's James
point.
to throw first.
He's now
Game on.
got that breaker throw in a moment I think is the perfect time to break the throw at that 2-2 situation. You can keep your darts out the board, walk straight down the hockey, and get straight back on it again.
100.
My favourite 3 darts he's thrown so far there, despite the fact it was only 100. I just think he's got the bit between his teeth right now, and now a heavy favourite for this game. Jan learning on the job.
100.
He's fighting. He's shown enough quality to say he's going to be competitive this week. Just sense that James can see the winning line.
100.
A couple of tons puts him in a very, very good position, because what you're saying to Jan is, you hit 2 trebles then. You want to beat me? You hit the 2.
100.
He's just staying there and keeping himself in touch, hoping for the Richardson slip.
140.
It just does not seem to be coming. So plan A isn't there. Plan B is going to have to be produce plan A better.
Minimum of a ton here for Jan, just to stay in the game. This is good darts from Jan.
140.
Anything you
James,
can
you
do,
require 161.
and I will match it. However, it's James first down to a finish. Should go bull with a last.
57. Jan, you require 161.
Many opportunity here for Jan, not just on the 161, but with Richardson potentially only in a 1 dart at double situation. Got to get this down. Needs a treble.
45. James, you require 104.
They're the types of chances that you're going to have to take against James. He has the eyes on the prize. Love affair for tops. Yes, it is.
And the match, James Richardson.
Early doors in that game, James Richardson was peppering the tops. He then suddenly found it there and become a deserved winner of the end. And Jan McIntosh will be pleased with the way he played in patches there. You can see the thumbs up from himself. He'll be competitive this week, will Jan McIntosh. But James Richardson could be good value this week. He has that up and down game and be chuffed to pieces. He's got the 2 points in the board. That 104 finish at the end being the highlight. As next up, it's Jake McMillan against Jim McEwan.
And a very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw James Richardson get the better Jan McIntosh by 4 legs to 2. This is what we've seen so far. All 3 games actually going against the darts. We saw wins for Johan Engstrom and Jake McMillan prior to that. And so round 2 begins in earnest. Defending champion Jim McEwan back in action up against Jake McMillan from Canada. And a fair few watching from across the pond. We do welcome you all to our coverage. And we welcome back to the commentary box, Matt Edgar and Glenn Dowen. I was nearly calling you Matt Dennett then.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, Matt Dennett would be better sat here. I might get a little bit more knowledge from him, but yeah, very good point that Henry made there. For you people watching, let us know about Jake, his strengths, his weaknesses. We will always fascinated to see people on their debut
First
here.
leg, it's Jake to throw first.
It's a fantastic
Game
start
on.
from Jake. A big win for him. You could see what it meant to him against Leonard Gates. And it's a tough start when you look for Jake McMillan to play Leonard Gates' first game, followed
81.
up by Jim McEwan. And something that Henry mentioned there, the competition starts in earnest. Well, you feel the competition starts now for Jim McEwan. That first game was always going to be tricky. You had the plaudits, the big hurrah, the favourite
125.
tag, and you know sometimes that can weigh heavily on you. So Jim McEwan, I feel, will see the best of him here, Matt.
135.
Yeah, I thought the opposite here, actually. I thought there's potential value here. Yes, I expect Jim McEwan to be a lot better in this game. And we mentioned in the last game that I don't think Jim McEwan's the sort of player that will
140.
let a bad performance linger. But we've seen enough in Jake to say he's going to be settled into this experience. He's
100.
the Canadian national champion as well. And having the advantage of throw, I was surprised that our backers haven't made a little move at the 2-1 that was available on Jake based on the opening round of fixtures that we saw.
100.
Absolutely
100.
in the
Jimmy
infancy
require
of this competition so far. But I
136.
think Jake will have been fairly pleased going back after that first game. And it's a pathetic word to use, the sense that it's a must-win for Jim, but I just sense he wants to get up and running. He doesn't want to go into the players with a 0-2 return. So I just fancy
Jake, you
Jim to put on a
require
much
85.
better performance. But it's Jake McMillan on 85 here. A double 12.
61. Jim, you require 110.
He's going to want to have a better performance on that opening game, but sometimes that want can almost turn into the feel of
54.
need, which
Jake, you require
causes
24.
more problems than
Game shot on the first
certainly
leg.
what Jake's
Jake
finding
McMillan.
here, who's just finding his flow nice and early in this one.
It was virtually unknown to me who was Jay, but
Second
he did
leg, it's
come
Jim
through
to
the
throw first. Game
very
on.
tough darts Ontario, which is a tough task, large membership within Canada in there, and it's always difficult to come through that, and went on to win the national title, as he mentioned in his interview before competition started, and qualified, as we said, for the
140.
US Masters, through the North American Championships, through the CDC qualifiers, and that dream match with Michael van Gerwen,
60.
actively participating in the CDC tour. So seems a very nice guy. He's got a nice throw about him, good temperament, and like I said, he's here because the MODUS Super Series is full of dreams, and that's exactly what Jim McEwan had a couple of weeks ago.
60.
And let's not underestimate how big that is to play someone like Michael van Gerwen on a TV stage. I mean, I remember yourself when you first came over to the PDC, you've just won 3 lakeside
59.
titles. And when you played Van Gerwen for the first time, you asked him for his shirt. And I remember you were like, oh, what am I doing? Like, why am I doing this? And Jake doesn't have that background. So how big of a moment would that have been for him?
Yeah, the one thing when you play Michael van Gerwen is Jim looks at a maximum.
140.
It's that you can just play your game because the pressure's on Michael. Michael can average 99.99 and people saying he's playing poor. I have a
100.
sense that Jake, if
Jim,
he
you
had practiced
require
well prior, would have just
161.
enjoyed the experience. All the pressure when you play Michael, I always felt, was on him. And there's a lot of pressure now and expectation from Jim McEwan. Is he just beginning to find the trebles? Never mind the trebles.
121.
The bullseye there for a lovely setup play. The 90 had the option there of the treble 18 or the bullseye, but sometimes players go for that
100.
bullseye to sit the
Jimmy
opponent.
require
That's what I would
40.
have hit. That first treble had gone in. Tops for McEwan for a 13 darter.
Game shot on
He
the
does
second
love
leg.
double
Jim
10. He
McEwan.
didn't want to go and miss doubles in that leg, I feel, Matt, because that first match he was
Third leg, it's
3
Jake
from
to throw
20 on
first.
the outer ring. And
Game on.
he's back in this. However, Jake has the dart, and this has a making of a tidy game.
140.
We sit here and we give opinions and analysis on what we're seeing, but it's so different when you're actually playing and you're doing the game yourself. When Jim McEwan would have come off of there, he would have been very well aware of what the issue was in that opening game, which was the sizable amount of missed doubles in the match. And he'd have come off, he'd have gone into that practice room, and he'd have been thinking about how he can put it right. He probably would have gone on the practice
59.
board and just had a bit of a round the board on the doubles for a little bit. He was 3 from 20. And it does lag for a little bit, and it can sometimes change your preparation for the next match.
81.
Yeah, I never really attacked the treble 20 in practice on the day of a game because I'd felt I'd done my homework. I know where the treble 20 bed is, and I really did focus a lot on the doubles and finishing the 56 finishes, the 64 finishes. I felt that top players now can hit that treble 20 bed because they're used to hitting it regular.
140.
The temptation there would have been to go downstairs. That's the beauty of wanting to hear the 180. But it was the wrong decision because he's left a bogey number as Jim.
58.
Not punished by Jake.
It's sat beautifully in the board for Jim McEwan. It was just inviting for another one. A perfect setup shot. And ask the big question of Jake.
And I like that word you said, inviting. 106 can feel like that.
50.
But not when your opponent's
Jim, you
on his
require
favourite
20.
double. You never expect Chucky to miss double 10. Wasn't very good in the first match.
Shot on the third leg.
That's 2
Jim
from 2 in
McEwan.
this game. Jim McEwan is beginning to motor.
Fourth leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Average gone into the 3 figures now, a little bit like that Lakeside debut you spoke about. I actually had Jim McEwan down for winning Lakeside that year, and
137.
at one point it was looking very strong for picking up that iconic trophy.
93.
Who do you fancy for Lakeside this year? Because I think, Matt, it's the most open competition of all time at Lakeside.
I think I said literally the exact same words this morning. I said I think it's.
That's why I said it.
You asked me the question and gave my answer within the question. I think
96.
I think it's the most open tournament of 2023.
To be fair, not often I give you much credit, but you know, I'm good with your predictions. I'm always keen to.
92.
That wasn't the greatest accounting there. He got away with it with the last start there, did Chucky? I think he's been pretty good. As
40.
Matt's going to look at his
Jim, you require
potential winner, but I'm also keen to
132.
hear what Matt's value for money is at Lakeside. Why he does that. Jim didn't need to go for the champagne bullseye start on the 132, and very sensibly, like a good golfer, is just laying up very nicely. He's in a strong position in this match to get his first 2 points.
92.
Jake McMillan, who'll come into this game on a bit of a high after a win over Leonard Gates, is just beginning to see the reason why
64.
Jim McEwan was the
Jim, you
heavy
require
favourite for this
40.
group here. What we know about this camera angle, it never usually misses. Thank you
Shot on
very
the
much.
fourth
Leave that
leg,
camera
Jim
angle on, he
McEwan.
says, every time I need tops. McEwan leads 3-1.
Okay, I've got a prediction for you.
Fifth leg, it's Jake to throw first.
It's not one
Game
of the
on.
names that has been mentioned by anyone yet so far, which surprises me a little bit. And it surprises me that I'm going here as
100.
well, because it's a little bit out of left field. But as far as someone who's been playing better darts than their results suggest, and by that, it's got to change at some point. At some point, the performance will
43.
turn into results, and what better place to do it than at Lakeside? I'm going to go with Gary Stone.
Oh, am I? I don't know if you're seeing my social media, and the more you were
91.
saying that, he does have a potential of Andy Barton's in the last 16, because I think he's 16 seed. But Gary Stone is what is mine, and which he messaged me, and knowing my tipping said, thank you very much for that, Glenn. I'm a big fan of Gary Stone, huge fan.
98.
I think he lets himself down in certain areas, which he knows how I feel, but never ever doubted. And I think he has a
85.
real big chance.
Can I change it now you've gone with it? Because your predictions normally are curses.
I like the romance of Neil Duff defending. You know, I don't think many people are mentioning Neil. And I like the romance of that as well, but very, very open, isn't it?
When you talk about value
100.
plays, I think you've got to look at Moreno, Blom or Kaifang Lung. Kaifang at 50s.
He's just off the back of
58.
a big win in Ireland as well, isn't he? So what I do know, the winner of the 2025, it will be Lakeside, Matthew Edgar.
24. I'm taking next year's.
123. Jake, you require 167.
167. Can't be done now, but what he can do is set her up however. You can just see the little grimace on his face there. And
38.
the reaction is that they're well thrown
Jim, you
darts.
require
And sometimes they just go to
137.
the other side of that wire. Advantage McEwan. Yes.
97.
That would have been a fantastic
Jake, you
way
require
to finish.
129.
Such a clean treble 19. A beautiful, aggressive second dart. Will he be back? Yes, he will.
43. Jim, you require 40.
There's problems on the outer ring in the opening game for Jim McEwan.
Game shot.
No
and the
problems
match,
this
Jim
time round for
McEwan.
Jim McEwan. He lost his opening match when he came off the stage disappointed. Only 3 hits from 20 darts at the double, but no problems this time in beating the Canadian national champion, Jake McMillan. Jim McEwan, our Super Series champion, is up and running. His first 2 points are on the board. Can Leonard Gates get his campaign up and running? He's coming up next against James Richardson.
Welcome back, and the champion Jim McEwan has got his first win on the board, beating Jake McMillan by 4 legs to 1 before the break, doing so of an average just underneath the ton. Next up, James Richardson in action up against Leonard Gates. These two could actually do battle at Lakeside in a couple of weeks' time, but it is the Super Series that's their centre of attention right now. And watching this one in the commentary box, it's Matthew Edgar and Glenn Tarrant.
Thank you very much, Henry. And just before the last game, we said it was a big game for Jim McEwan. And boy, did he deliver. 99 average. I thought it was absolutely superb. And I say exactly the same in this match for Leonard Gates. He's always going to be a big favourite these days, Leonard, because of his successes in 2023. But it was a disappointing start against Jake McMillan. However, Jake has given us enough today to say he's going to be very, very competitive this week. And I just sense that we may see the best of Leonard Gates in this game against the
James to throw
very
first.
inconsistent James
Game
Richardson
on.
at the moment. And don't be surprised to see many 180s from James this week. Just can he eradicate them 1s and 5s out of his game?
Well, it's inconsistent on the handshake as well, was it? Either it was a handshake or a bump. I think he changed it about 6 times.
41.
It was going to be like one of the movies, you know, where they like bump, tap, side, thumbs up.
Well, we've seen a few of them last week, didn't we? Good old Victor.
100.
I think my favourite one, did you see the end of the Tommy Morris game at the end when, despite the fact when I lose 4-0, I ain't doing that.
That was my first thought as well. But after losing 4-0, I don't think I'd be
140.
having some form of a celebration in there.
A very enjoyable week last week, and a deserved winner in Andy Bolton. A huge fan.
180.
Jack Howard certainly enjoyed that one, our referee.
60.
Testing his tonsils there, wasn't he, Matt?
I'd like to see him do that after 104 games at the end of the week.
We'll have to pick him up off the floor.
140. 65.
Sensible with the last start there.
Leonard, you
Covered the
require
treble 20 bet,
81.
but the bullseye would have left a 170 finish. That just tells me that they're thinking now. Leonard has been criticised over the year about his finishing. Doesn't need to go 12 bull. But my criticism here with Leonard is not his execution, because I won't be surprised if he finishes or whatever way he goes. It's the time he takes of the decision
45.
process. So he hit the big 19. And I always believe you should be strategizing when you're stood behind. If I hit a 19, I'm going to do this. And he spent an awful lot of time making
30.
his decisions on the hockey.
Leonard,
And
you
I think
require
that's an area
36.
Leonard can still improve in his game.
Yeah, got to agree. Didn't have a clue what he's going to do in that situation. That should have been decided long before. He does have time on his side here, though, James Richardson. Despite the fact he threw first in this leg a long way back.
128.
It was super
Leonard,
scoring
you
with a
require
180, 140 start for Leonard Gates. And usually his strength is at the end of legs.
Game shot on the first leg.
That's
Leonard
why
Gates.
give this man a double and he usually hits it. That's why he's so successful as Leonard. Very private as well, even in the players area.
Second leg,
it's
it's
one of
Leonard to
those
throw
quiet
first.
weeks.
Game on.
Sometimes we can hear music blasting, but it's quite a cosmopolitan group here that we have in here, but super silent, isn't it?
55.
Yeah, I've certainly in the old venue in Southampton played a lot more in it than I have here. And it was just a completely
60.
different feel every single time you came here, depending on who was in your group.
I've decided I might move to America to win some of the competitions.
60.
I want to be the winner of what Leonard's won. He has won the Hedgehog Hellraiser Open. He's won the Shoot for the Moon
81.
Masters. He has won the, well, there's some crackers, the Choo Choo Champion. I won
83.
the Middlebeck Open.
Could go together. I fancy a few trips to America next year. I fancy a go at the old cricket.
Hedgehog
60.
Hellraiser. That's an absolute beauty, that one. But World Seniors Masters Champion, World Seniors Match Play Champion, World Seniors Champion of Champions and the North American
57.
Champion in 2022. It's been a brilliant couple of years for Leonard, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And the warning signs were there. I was told many
100.
times about Leonard Gates and the danger that he has, and kind of written his own story now.
20-1 he was for
100.
Lakeside last week. And then when Trickle did move from Lakeside to the PDC qualification, went down to 10-1, and I still think that's inviting. But
140.
me and you have picked 6
Leonard,
or
you
7
require
winners already today.
146.
The 146 options here. Very traditional route, can't be done now. Chance for Richardson to get level in this game.
96. James, you require 60.
Pops for Richardson, trying to work around the dart that's already in the board, down to 10s.
50.
Well, that's a long way off.
And I
Leonard, you
tell you what's a
require
long way,
50.
how far he threw that dart as well, because he adjusted to go up the tops, then didn't go back to the centre of the board. Leonard Gates, big dart.
34. James, you require 10.
Splitting here for Richardson. It's a
James shot on the second
better
leg.
result this
James
time
Richardson.
for James, who levels up the game and breaks the throw, gets that advantage of the throw back. And he's a player that is going to
Third
Lakeside
leg, it's James
himself,
to
and
throw
we're talking
first.
about how open
Game
it is
on.
and the opportunities. James Richardson is actually the 16th player, according to the sports book, for the probability of winning it. But yet you still
135.
only get 28.
I just am not sure. I think winners of Lakeside
140.
are consistent. I think he has blisteringly brilliance at times. I've stood behind him when he's
96.
been magical. But I just think he needs to tighten up a little bit when things aren't going so well. Whereas Leonard Gates just seems to be attracted to that
85.
treble 20 at his best. Both players appreciate a crowd as well, I think.
100.
When you're looking for adrenaline going through your body, as James Richardson does, there's no better place than the Lakeside. It's ticket sales are great as well this year. It's so close to the audience as well, and they play a big part.
100. James, you require 170.
Another one of those. Leaves the ball.
136.
Well, I did say the players area was quiet, but when that ball was missed there was a lot of oohs and ahs coming out of there. Maybe they're getting used to each other now. They should stay there.
140.
That's the reason why, because
James,
the
you
lesser
require
spotted double
34.
17. We've seen him split the 10. Now we've seen him split 34. That was a big dart on double 16 for Gates in the last leg.
18.
He failed to execute.
Leonard, you require 36.
Same scenario for Richardson.
No score.
Well, that's fantastic group in
James,
there
you
for Leonard
require
Gates. The problem is
16.
it was about an inch and a half away from the double.
Game shot on the third leg.
It was
James
almost like
Richardson.
that was safe darts from Leonard Gates, as if he was worried about coming inside and having to move over to the nines.
Fourth
Good
leg,
shout
it's Leonard
actually,
to
Matt,
throw
because
first.
I guess the last
Game
time he
on.
went for that, he hit the big 18, then hit the big 9. So, yeah, well spotted. And that maybe is the reason, because we both raised our eyebrows and how far he was
100.
away, because he's so adept at doubles, as we've mentioned today. But my assessment so far of Group A is competitive.
140.
McEwan showing signs of his best, but come on, guys, start hitting them doubles more regular.
I'd say that's my assessment of Group A as well. But I'd
140.
say different. I'd say this is opportunity. Group
100.
is there to be taken, or certainly in terms of the table topper come the end of Monday's play.
$60.
Never like to disturb the players, but I'm sort of keen to find out when Jake arrived in the country, when Leonard arrived, because you have to
52.
factor that in as well after a long journey or a long couple of days of travelling for these guys. And like I said, even just getting to London's one thing, then just getting across, listening to Jake as well, another couple of hours cab ride. So
55.
fair play to them. But the rewards are there for these players now at the MODUS Super Series. And to hear Jim McEwan saying it was life-changing, that £20,000
Leonard, you require
check
146.
a couple of weeks ago. And being a typical Scotsman, I bet he hasn't spent a penny of it yet.
$58. James, you require 109.
Don't know you dare, Glenn. I'm sure you've not spent a penny yet of your first Lakeside win, never mind the second or third.
69.
Listen, I've gone from shopping
Leonard, you
from
require 88.
Little to Aldi now. The big bucks. Double 14 for big bucks for Leonard Gates. This is for parity.
74.
Well, at the beginning of the day, I said
James,
how
you
good,
require
and look out for
40.
Leonard Gates on the outer ring. He's 1 from 11 in this match. Chance for
Game
Richardson to
shot on the
take real
flag.
control.
James Richardson.
And look at the reaction there. James Richardson, very early in this competition, could be the first player to get to 4 points. And the reason I sort of highlight that very early is when you go back to that
Fifth leg,
players
it's
area,
James to throw first.
that man there will
Game
see
on.
that he would be in bottom position on 0 points. That man there, very early in the competition, I agree.
100.
We'll see his name at the very top. I think that's a motivation factor.
And how much will this fixture be seen in 2024?
100.
We've mentioned the fact of Leonard Gates dominating the Seniors Tour at the moment. James Richardson will be 50 at the start of next year, which means he's going to be
100.
eligible to play that tour. This could be a game that we see quite regularly over on that Seniors Tour and in the latter stages of the TV tournaments.
Another great camera angle there. The way the dart
140.
flies there for Leonard Gates. Just watch. This is exactly what we try to assess. Just that little loop of the dart there for Leonard Gates as for James Richardson. It flies through, covers the bed.
57.
That's the reason why these players are so adept now at board management, using the treble 19, using the treble 17. So once again there. And it's a lot of spin on the dart. You can see the
140.
body movement, everything that someone who looks at technique will have his head in his hands, but it works beautifully well for Leonard.
100.
He's giving this one
Leonard, you require
big push right now.
43. James, you require 144.
And this is for the match. And this would be some way to win the match.
132. Leonard, you require 78.
Are we going to see Gates throw this in blocks and bits like we've done before? No, it's a nice simple equation here. 20 and tops.
38.
Just not to be his match in
James,
this
you
game,
require
Leonard Gates.
12.
Like I said, he will be really frustrated. This is for a big win for James Richardson. And ruthless
Game
by
shot,
name.
and the match,
And
James
ruthless by
Richardson.
nature. A big statement to make and a huge disappointing start for Leonard Gates. But James Richardson just looks at the scoreboard, looks at the tail of the tape. A very professional performance from James Richardson. And he's the first player to get 2 wins out of 2. Well, the next player has a chance in Johan Engstrom. He's up against in a Scandinavian clash against Jan McIntosh.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So James Richardson is the first man to pick up 2 wins in Group A, having got the better of Leonard Gates by 4-1 before the break. On screen now is your Faroe Islands qualifier, Jan McIntosh. He takes on Johan Engstrom in our 6th game of the morning session. And Glenn and Matt, a little bit of a change. Got to bring back the tungsten teaser for a little bit of a one-off for you, because Jan is our first ever player from the Faroe Islands, famous for its volcanoes. The question to you is, how many do they have on the Faroe Islands? We got to the end of the game to find out.
Well, that's certainly an introduction there then, Matt. Volcanoes, where are you with that?
They're very hot. I think that's about all I've got for you, really. And that's why I won't go to the quiz. I don't really have too much in the term of general knowledge. It's all darts knowledge from me.
Detailed analysis there, but 2 guys. I think this is a fantastic match for the MODUS Super Series. Like I said, we've seen players come over. The success of Raymond Smith from Australia. We're seeing the success of the North American players. And
First leg, it's Johan to throw first.
I just think the
Game on.
ADC in Europe and the players from Scandinavia as well has been one of the real highlights for me at the MODUS Super Series. And this is a game where they've played each other before. I was speaking to Jan. I said, I guess you know Johan. He said, well, we played quite recently at the
100.
Swedish Open in 2023, just in August this year, last 32. It's the man in your picture right now who came and won that game 4-2.
You got the PDC Nordic Baltic now, haven't you, for covering
99.
that area of the world? And I've travelled the entire world playing darts or being involved with darts in some way. And I can honestly say, hand on heart,
41.
the trip to Iceland that I have never seen a country that I expect to develop so quick as them. The infrastructure that they are putting in place, the way that they mimic PDC darts in terms of how many boards to have,
60.
how many practice boards to have, how to run a tournament. They play locally, but instead of just playing like we would over here, let's go to our local, have a best of 3 and sit and watch everyone else play darts, they're doing darts all night.
81.
So they play a lot of round robins. So you're either marking or you're playing. You're always involved with the game. And I will not be surprised if in 3 years' time we see a serious player come from that part of the world.
Oh, fantastic. I remember going to the Jersey Open
100.
very early, and just, how you get sat with people, and we got friends with the 3 lads from Iceland, and, they've always been desperate to try and get me over there. And well, that's a fascinating insight, Matt, because I've seen the growth coming, and certainly on the online stuff as well that they were doing, and certainly through lockdown you could see the competitions that the players from Iceland were doing. And yeah, to see someone come in the next 3 to 5 years would be brilliant. But isn't it fantastic for Jan?
82.
Very proud of what he's wearing on the back, the Faroe Islands there. And look, if people are watching, then give me some insight. Let us know a little bit about them. Share and discuss
99.
things. But for Johan
Jan, you
Engstrom,
require 160.
player who's played at the very top, played in the World Cup representing Sweden. He's played at the World Masters in the WDF system. A chance to lead in this first one. He will be throwing
70.
first. This is for a holder
Johan,
throw.
you require 80.
And as we've touched on, 80, he went very close to the tops with his first dart last time on this. Done exactly the same. He sat there last time. This ping-ding last time.
Game shot on the first
And
leg.
it's an
Johan
absolute
Engstrom.
replication again. Johan Engstrom leads 1-0.
Second leg,
I
it's
think because
Jan
the
to throw
angle the
first.
dart's lying the board as well, it
Game
actually
on.
works out to be quite a help for him when he gets that one just under the wire.
Sort of understacks or leaves them very flat, doesn't he, the dart? So just entices a dart to follow that.
95.
Style of dart that was made famous by a friend of yours, Phil Taylor, wasn't it, Glenn?
Oh, talking to him last night, and I never mention it though, but I had a couple of missed
100.
calls off him, just chatting about the final of the, as you do. And I had a quick word with Beyonce, and then yeah, just waxing lyrical with JC. Is that right, JC? Yeah.
140.
Oh, JC. I said JC. JZ. Sorry, JZ. I'm more of a pitbull kind of guy, you know what I mean? In it. What up?
137.
When you see 266, you're thinking of a potential of using the 19s. You can start on the first dart upstairs. He should go downstairs with a second. However, the fact that he hit the treble
99.
20, otherwise it could have made me look good there, Jan. Just a little bit of movement on the body is the only thing for Johan. What that means, there's no problem with having that forward momentum that he has. Hence the 180.
Jan, you
But
require
that's got to be the
167.
same every single time he throws the dart. Try to keep the game as simple as you can. Keep your throw as simple and effective and efficient as possible. A chance
59.
for Engstrom. He
Johan,
checked that
you
180
require
in the first
84.
leg. And this would be for a 2-0 lead.
Expect him to use the 14s here now with McIntosh sat on a finish. 14 would give him a dart at the bullseye. Bull, it will be.
39. Jan, you require 108.
So again, options on the 108. Looks like he's going to start in the 19s. And the reason players do that is for that reason, that lateral drift into the 7, because treble 17 would have still left a finish. And I guess if there's one thing for Jan today, just the setup play and execution of the
36.
doubles, if he's going to be
Johan, you require 45.
doing well through the week. Engstrom's been here 1,000 times in his life. He tops in the first leg.
Five.
That's that
Jan,
angle of
you
entry we was
require
talking about. When
72.
it goes underneath, it's easier to go on top. But when it was on top, you saw how it just bounced the dart away. It rejected the opportunity.
Well, we mentioned these are the types of finishers for Jan.
40.
At the moment, it's just
Johan,
a
you
little
require
bit short
40.
on that. Chance for Engstrom. And again, well spotted there from Matt. If he's going to miss, I guess he'll want to miss low. Don't go into the ones.
21. Jan, you require 32. No score.
This builds up frustration,
require
especially when you're on a
19.
stage like this with the cameras on. You're aware of the meaning behind every dart.
He's just thinking, should I go for the 3? Should I go for the 11? Plum in the 3.
$15. Jan, you require 32.
Yep, 13 darts at a double between them so far, and just the one. Jan will be desperate for this double 16. Now all of a sudden, did you see the shoulder and the body
Game
coming
shot
at
on the
things? But
second
that's
leg. Jan
much
McIntosh.
better. Just see him talking to it. He said, doesn't know what to do. Should I go up for a drink? And that's just a sign
leg,
of
it's
a little
Johan
bit
to
of
throw
relief.
first.
You've just got to
Game
compose
on.
yourself. That's the reason why they go there. You can see he's deep in thought there. He'd be chuffed to pieces. He's got back to 1-1. And if it was a cartoon, there'd be steam coming out the ears of this guy because he knows he should be 2-0 up.
44.
We do love our interactions on social media. You
60.
can get us at MSS Darts, Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. Or say Twitter, it's now X, isn't it? We've moved on from the world of Twitter. We've had a question
42.
come in this morning, actually asking if ourselves are going to be taking part soon. You're actually going to be cracking the darts out the case soon, aren't you, Glenn?
Yes, I think the MODUS Super Series are just trying to
45.
get the millions and millions of people who'll be tuning in for that. Getting ready, making sure everything's in place because I reckon I'll break all records when I play up there. I think I'm expecting.
What's that for? Least points won? Least legs?
24.
Possibly.
You'll certainly see it in a different light once you've been up there.
59.
I remember I was talking about this from my experiences in Southampton, but then after playing a Group B myself, I see it's so different once again. It's see it from the other side of the coin.
140.
So how many volcanoes in the Faroes?
I'm going to say 7.
Go for 18.
100.
Is that because you just Googled it?
Near Iceland, isn't it? The
100.
Faroe Islands. We were doing a bit of geography work this morning, weren't we?
Just south, sort of between Scotland and Iceland, wasn't it?
Interesting, because of his surname, McIntosh. And he told us his granddad is Scottish. And I think moved to the
60.
Faroe Islands during the
Johan, you
World
require
War.
151. $61.
It's lost a bit of its sting at the moment, this game. Which means
97.
there's opportunity
Johan, you
here for someone
require
just to
90.
find something for 6 and 9 darts that could really separate the two.
And it's usually about this part of the leg as well, where the players have struggled. And I genuinely thought I was
55.
going to talk that into
Jan,
the
you
bullseye
require
there.
80.
Again, is he going to go the route of going quite high and safe with the first dart?
Well, he's gone high, but he's not gone safe.
40.
Yeah, high,
Johan,
wide,
you
and
require
not so
35.
handsome. Chance for Engstrom, but little confidence even when they're going for this. This has been one of those types of games. He goes for double 12.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well,
Johan
when hooker by
Engstrom.
crook gets there, you can just see the shake of that. He's not happy with his game right now, but
Fourth
Johan
leg, it's
Engstrom, a
Jan to
real
throw first.
opportunity to get
Game
2
on.
wins out of 2, and without being at his best as well. You can just see that's what a player does. They're fighting with themselves. They're just trying to relax up there. It's a big stage to be playing on there now. The friends and family watching, and
94.
show lots of people from Sweden dart. It's great to see Johan up there doing his thing. Sometimes, as you alluded to earlier, Matt, if they can just relax and play the game and don't make it difficult.
140.
All sounds great until you cross the yellow line at the back of the stage and that sort of game on. Which, when I talk about the different sort of psychologies of when you're playing it compared to when you're not,
137.
I thought about when playing, crossing that line, it was almost like I went into being a different person. The same sense in football when you talk about crossing the white line and going onto the pitch, that it's changed the
98.
mentality altogether. I was exactly that same. As soon as I moved over that yellow line, it was like I didn't even want to look at my opponent.
Yeah, one of that. But talked about the social media before, and I think one of my
100.
favourite questions was, would I have liked to play on that stage when I was at my best? And my answer was no. I said, but I would love to have played when I was playing Super League going into the BDO. So that guy
84.
before Lakeside who was
Jan, you
looking for
require
that
170.
World Master, who was looking for that MODUS Super Series title. I think I'd have loved every second. You learn on the job. And that's exactly what Jan's doing at the moment. Can't buy you double in this match. Will he go for it?
139.
I'm not sure.
$83. Jan, you require 31.
These have to go, Jan.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Clean
Jan
as a
McIntosh.
whistle. 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, you'll be going to chat with Henry after this game, but can you give us a sneak onto your assessment after
100.
all players have sort of virtually played the 2 games now? Your thoughts so far?
Stand up and be counted, guys. No one right now has really took this group.
180.
Maybe Jan can do that. Like you said, that was a beautiful finish on that double 8 there. And what it can do is just make you stand even taller than you are, Jan. And That's a beautiful 180 there. You can see he's deep in thought, deep in concentration. And right now, he becomes favourite for this game.
The darts just feel like they're going in a little bit firmer all of a sudden. He's thrown with a bit more purpose.
Yeah, I say to people, put a hole in the dartboard, especially players where the darts are just landing in the board. It's just as if they're throwing the dart and they're pulling away last second. I always feel it's a sign of where you're not very confident with your game. And I sense when I'm not playing well and the troubles I went through, I just wasn't throwing a dart, Matt. And I think you're absolutely spot on again. It's sometimes you've just got to throw with a bit of purpose.
Trust, isn't it? Just throw with trust. Believe in everything that's got you here.
90.
But not the best counting there for Johan, which has given Jan McIntosh here time, which has allowed him to use the 18s rather than having to chase down the bullseye on the 20s.
On the fifth leg,
that is the best leg of the match by far. A 12-darter, a breaker throw. He now gets that privileged position where you get to walk straight back down the hockey and straight back onto it again. That means Johan will be stood waiting here, pondering negativity for a good 40 seconds.
You know what else is very interesting as well? If Jan does get over the line in this game, and only the one player sat on 0 points.
100.
Who would have thought it was Leonard Gates? And Leonard's still got another 3 games to wait before he plays. Leonard could see himself 6 points behind the leader as he goes into his next game against Jan. What did you think of the overall betting for the week? Did anyone stand? I couldn't believe Alan Norris at 33 to 1. Some of the stuff he's been doing at the seniors dart. I even sent him a message saying, "You're back."
46.
I always think Brett Claydon's better than the odds, but then he comes here and doesn't perform how I think he will. I've got 85. A higher expectation of him than I think maybe he even does himself. And maybe 14s on him could be good. Gates 11 to 2, despite being bottom of the table, could turn this around or is likely to be here on Saturday night, one way or the other, whether it's Group A, B or C.
30.
James Richardson's been interesting as well so far. 11 to 1, currently top of the table, 2 from 2.
32.
Yeah, without being brilliant, like I said, that one performance there from Jim McEwan. He knows his game is now there, and McIntosh could be just coming to the end of this match. When they last met in the Swedish Open quarter-final, the man in his picture won 4-2, and he's 86 points away from copying exactly that scoreline. And I guess 2 points here for Jan would really get him to go back there and really settle and maybe get to see the best of him.
58.
Frustrating
Jan,
for the Swede.
Require 86. $46. $60.
Just sense he's resigned to losing this game, Johan. And for Jan's first 2 points at the MODUS Super Series, it's double top. First win.
20.
Not just
Johan,
yet.
You require 126.
And that first win is always the trickiest bit. The last double that crosses you over that line. He will be back though for it. Double 10. 3 more darts.
54.
His first 2 points.
You require 20. $10.
And the more you
Johan,
miss,
you
the
require
harder it gets
72.
because you almost feel a little bit more desperate, a little more hopey.
Well, there was darts from Johan where he was resigned to defeat. Now he's a dart away from 3-3.
52.
And I thought that was a
Jan, you
guarantee to
require
go in.
10.
And Johan Engstrom, will he be back? Because double 5 here for Jan is not a player's favourite, and that's the reason why. Last chance.
8. Johan, you require 20.
9 darts. 3 handfuls for Ian McIntosh. And he's got
10.
another go.
Jan, you require 2.
Well, my assessment of the first 2 games is missed
No
opportunities.
score. Johan, you require 10. Game shot on the 6th flag. Johan
Wowza.
Engstrom.
And that apology is, yeah, inside
7th
you're
and
thinking, I
final
better
leg.
do
It's
this, but
Johan to throw
inside, he
first.
can't believe he's still in
Game
the
on.
game. The shake of the head is more the reaction like you'd expect there. This could be a tough leg for Jan McIntosh because when he looks up as well and sees that Johan's found the treble 20 bed, this
98.
defeat would hurt Jan, and I worry for him after that.
Especially on debut as well, when you take such a heavy hit, because you want to come on and you want to show what you can do and show what you're capable of.
99.
Well, fair play to him there. He's hit a treble. He's still very much in the mix. Johan is spreading them about. That'll give hope to Jan still.
55.
Being the more consistent, Jan has been the better player.
But in this situation, how much do you feel rushed at this point? Because you almost want to get down to the double quick because you feel like you might need longer than normal.
100.
1 dart might not be enough. So you almost over-pressurize the scoring phase to try and outscore on every visit.
The perfect dart there for Johan. That's even a score of a ton might have disappointed him. But the way his darts sit, remember, when he goes above the treble 20 is not ideal for him. If Johan's going to miss a dart of treble 20, he wants it just to sit under. The total opposite to Jan. That first dart was absolutely perfect for the next 2 to go
100.
in. Fair play to him here.
He's found a treble with every visit so far, which has put himself in an opportunity.
60.
And a trebleless visit from Johan there has give Jan McIntosh the advantage. Needs a treble here with these last 2 darts. Definitely needs one now.
Swings and roundabouts of this game, the ups and the downs from one way to the next.
22.
Jan was suddenly a big favourite in the space of 3 darts. Now it's all in the hands of the Swede.
It's like a ride on the Big Dipper at Blackpool, this one.
165.
I was going for the treble 10 there, but the treble 15 will take 25 points away from victory. And all of a sudden, Jan finds that treble 20. Did what he had to do. It was just that
94.
set-up play there for
Johan,
Jan,
you require
which has given
25.
Johan his first chance for the match. He's hit double 12 today before.
One. Jan, you require
More missed
86.
doubles to add to the tally. Jan McIntosh on 86. We'll look at treble 18 to start. That's a fantastic dart.
70.
Well, well, well.
Johan, you require 24. $21.
Well, after all the missed darts
Jan, you
from
require
Jan McIntosh,
16.
Johan may just hand the opportunity back.
Incredible amount of missed doubles. I'm not even confident these go for Jan. Prove me wrong, Jan.
No score. Johan, you require 3.
Just can't cross the line.
And the hardest part of this is the first dart. He does it. Now he takes his time. Does he be aggressive or does he have a sighter? There's the sighter.
No score. Jan, you require
48
16.
darts at a double and 42 darts missed.
No score. Johan, you require 3.
Don't know what to say.
Game shot and the match.
Well,
Johan
if
Engstrom.
Johan somehow gets victory in a game that won't be remembered for either players, adjusting the occasion for Jan McIntosh, the desperation for his first 2 points, magnanimous in defeat. They know each other very, very nicely. And Johan Engstrom somehow is 2 wins out of 2, but just look at the checkout ratio there. That must improve as we move on to Game 7. It will be the return of Jake McMillan against James Richardson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, 2 rounds down, and this is what we have seen thus far. Well, in matter of fact, the first round went all against throw. The second round saw victories for McEwan, Richardson, and before the break, Johan Engstrom against Jan McIntosh by 4 legs to 3. Again, they had a combined 52 darts at a double. So that is how the first couple of rounds have gone. Next up for us, we're going to see Jake McMillan back in action. The Canadian takes on James Richardson, and down in the commentary box is Matthew Edgar and Glenn Dutt.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. James Richardson, without being at his blisteringly best, is 2 wins out of 2, and we'll fancy his chances here against Jake McMillan, who has impressed me today. I think the positives outweigh the negatives for Jake. He had a tough start with arguably the 2 best players, and he walks into James Richardson as well. So he'll probably see the back end of this Group A campaign where his chances where he'll become the favourite for the game. And for James Richardson to be on 6 points, Matt, after
First
3
leg,
games,
it's Jake to throw first.
that would do very nicely.
Game on.
I think James Richardson's going to get stronger from this point. He's had some
100.
positivity despite a little bit of early negativity in terms of the outcome of the darts, but I think now we're going to see him really drive
43.
on here, and I think we're going to see the best of James Richardson moving forward for the rest of Monday.
Is it fair to say that all 6 players will have been looking at these games
38.
thinking, I haven't seen anything that I can't do?
No one's going to be scared of anybody right now. But does that cause its own fear in the fact that you think
96.
now I've got to take my opportunity before people start playing their best?
And I'm always fascinated by the players there. I love your stories
58.
about you've won games before you've even thrown a dart back there. And when I think of Leonard Gates, I think of someone where I expected to hear his booming voice next door.
140.
He sat with his earphones on, listening to music, trying to get himself ready, and is total silent every time I've gone in. Just when you think you know someone, I just think he becomes the soldier
117.
when he gets on that hockey, and he's actually quite a quiet and reserved man backstage.
Where
92.
would you rank Leonard Gates in the darting dancers?
58. James, you require 130.
There's no Kirk Shepherd. For the treble 20 for Bull there.
50. Jake, you require 130.
The small fish. Again, that's not ideal. So hence the reason he has to move right over there.
58.
The options have both gone
James, you
differently. One went for the Bull,
80.
one went for the treble 18 and setup play. But these are the types of finishers. Surprised at that dart, James.
I've
40.
called lots of James Richardson
Jake, you
games. He does it
require
all the time, and I
72.
call it overly aggressive or unnecessarily aggressive.
Should be double 4. This double 4
64.
just can't execute.
James,
And
you
I
require
just think
40.
they're the types of finishers that the both players have just demonstrated there.
James shot on the
James
first
Richardson,
leg.
after
James
an early
Richardson.
wobble on tops, has looked pretty proficient. That was hit with real aplomb. So likeable is James, isn't he? The
Second leg, it's
passion, the
James to throw
drive
first.
of every
Game
game.
on.
He puts every effort in. But you know my favourite success that he had?
100.
When he played with Josh in the British Open pairs and won it. Imagine that father and son combination. That's, well,
59.
I thought that was fantastic when I saw that. Because he's quick. That transition, that throw the dart to the next, picking the dart out your hand is so important for
135.
these rhythm players. And you can feel yourself playing the piano, playing the piccolo when you're trying to grab hold of the dart. It won't go in your
59.
fingers ideal there, but it's really key. So when he throws his dart at you, that section there that he's doing there is all part of the rhythm. And players, believe it or not,
134.
you talk to players with having dartitis. There's been players over there who've struggled to get the dart out the hand in preparation to throw.
100. James, you require 132.
I was about to say that's perfect if he does it, the treble 19.
92.
Beautiful setup play.
Starting to get that stomp that we was talking about before.
96. James, you require 40.
Well, I was about to say, he just doesn't miss double top at the moment.
20.
See the little grimace there because he was just beginning to feel good.
An animated James Richardson tends to be a better
171.
James Richardson.
James, you
Some people
require
struggle
20.
with animation in their game. Others,
James shot on a
it
second
really
leg. James
encourages
Richardson.
them and enhances their game. You've got to look at players like Gerwyn Price. Could you imagine seeing Gerwyn Price playing his best darts,
leg,
just
it's
walking
Jake
around
to
and
throw
collecting his
first.
darts out the board?
Game on.
The same for James.
Yeah, and people say Gavin Price doesn't do it at a pro tour. Well, it's all done internally.
108.
Well, the last score of Jake in that setup play was a 171 with 3 treble 19s. It's opened up this leg with a 180.
60.
Hit a 147.
Sure, in the world of editing, we
100.
could have put that together for him, give him his 9 darter. Wants to do the 9 darter in 5 different shirts.
100.
Power of editing in this world, eh?
81. 140.
Yeah, really nice leg
Jake, you
of
require
darts.
140.
Yeah, McMillan. Just look at the sing. Just one treble would do very nicely.
60.
Yeah, you just see a little nervous look to what James wants. James would be thinking, well, 80's a 50-50 shout, but you need a treble, James.
60.
Doesn't get it.
Jake, you
Advantage
require
McMillan
80.
to reduce the deficit.
$60. James, you require 141.
That's a rhythm, and he let go of that dart very, very quickly, did Jake.
65. Jake, you require 20.
Let's shuffle along, just try and work around that. That's now awkward. He's got to come right across to the edge of the oche.
10.
That was a
James,
really
you require
difficult dart there, that
76.
last one from Jake McMillan, which gives James Richardson a mini opportunity now, and no opportunity. He needed it the other way round. He needed the 25 first. He
No
bust.
score.
What a
Jake,
mess.
you require 10.
Did Jake watch any of that?
Game shot on the third leg. Jake McMillan.
Excellent last dart there from Jake, but I'm just having flashbacks here every time I see Jake throw. He looks too much like Adam Smith
Fourth
Neil
leg.
for my
It's James
liking.
to throw first. Game on.
Keep going back to the World Masters in Bridlington in front of a massive 43 crowd.
100.
There's twice as many you get for your exhibitions, isn't it?
180.
Second maximum. I do like Jake McMillan. Whatever happens in this Group A campaign, I think he has a big part to
140.
play this week. I think it's a tough start. He's got 3 tough games to open up with.
140.
Tell you what. Warming up nicely. Nice pace to this game.
It's bringing the best out in both players at times as well. And when you play with a bit of pace, you want to play a player who also has a bit
100.
of pace.
Yeah, when I play, James, you feel like you're at the hockey, or it's like when you're practicing on your own. But I like this, Jake.
105. James, you require 161.
About to say this would really hurt Jake. I don't think
82.
Jake was watching that.
Jake, you require 76.
But these are the types of finishes that get you through Group A's. 1 dart.
36. James, you require 79.
Double 5.
74. Jake, you require 40. Game shot on the
2-2.
fourth leg. Jake McMillan.
Both look comfortable. I think the only person that's not comfortable there will be the referee, because this is a ferocious pace.
Fifth
And
leg. It's Jake to throw first.
really testing Jack Garwood, our
Game on.
referee. Doing a superb job up there. Refereeing and letting the players get on with it.
93.
And how much do you believe in the patterns of play? Because if we look at the patterns of play here, Richardson raced off into a 2-0 lead, but now
98.
it's 2-2 with Jake McMillan back with the advantage of throw. If this was just trading off holding throws, you'd probably be a little bit more uncertain.
100.
But if we're looking at a form line and momentum as such, you've got to say Jake McMillan at the moment is racing towards the finishing line.
And I tell you what,
60.
a victory here for Jake. I think he'll fancy his chances in his last 2 games. The big game for him, I think, we're just beginning to see the best. He's a big scorer, isn't he? He knows exactly where that treble 20 bed is. But again, I go back to the fact he's 2 from 10 on the outer ring, and there's
60.
been too many missed darts
Jake,
at
you
doubles
require
from players today.
170.
They've got a couple of days to correct that. But that would have been a special moment for Jake.
98.
Looking good, Matt.
Yeah, very much so. Definitely in the ascendancy right now. And Richardson can't leave a finish
121.
slipping into that
Jake,
single
you
one.
require
So
72.
Jake has got a bit of time on his hands here. He's got 4 darts if he needs them.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
fifth
he's
flag.
the one. A
Jake
fantastic
McMillan.
finish there from Jake McMillan. And just going back to the very start of the day, the interview
Sixth
with
flag.
Jake
It's
McMillan,
James
there
to throw
was
first.
some things in there that
Game
really
on.
intrigued me. He was talking about how he's spoken to players who's been here before, like Jim Long, and
100.
saying about the experience in which they shared with him. I'm noticing that's something that happens a lot with the players coming from America and Canada. They actually
57.
try and gain or try and get knowledge from the other players. That's something I think we've lost sight of in England, in the fact that I think everyone
83.
knows better over here.
It might be a different analogy to the answer that you're looking for, but you know, playing on the Pro Tour, you can guarantee the Dutch are sat
100.
with each other. You can pretty much guarantee that a gaggle of the Belgians are sat with each other. So I do think it's that, you know, that mentality of, you know, we're a team. I mean, it's a very individual
80.
sport, but it's great to have fantastic people around you. And when you've got someone like Jim Long and the Jeff Smiths of this world who have been there and done it, and
58.
you know, Jacob Taylor was, I thought he was sensational at the MODUS Super Series, and a name I've been following since. And Jake, even
100.
a couple of people like the production team have popped their heads in the commentary and said, we like what we see with Jake. This would be a big victory for him, but James Richardson, very typical of him.
58.
He's just quietly
James
but
require
effectively getting on with the job.
138.
And he's only 6 darts away here from 3-3.
98.
Nice game.
$140. James, you require 40.
Big dart.
30. Jake, you
A
require
big opportunity
88.
here. James Richardson won both of his opening fixtures.
I think Jake went back to the water table there because he didn't expect to be back. He was planning his assault on the last leg decider. Oh, that's sloppy.
38.
That is sloppy. A big 18 was the
James, you
dart there,
require
Jake. When you
10.
get that opportunity, you have to take your opportunities. Wow,
7.
didn't expect that.
Jake, you require 50.
This is for the match.
Wasn't the split that he was hoping for. This is the intended split for Jake. Double 16 up to the 8s for the match.
34. James, you require 3.
Just look at the reaction here. Sometimes you just don't need the commentary. You know exactly how he's feeling. Certainly he's been the better part
No
of this
score.
game, but that he will not be
Jake,
happy
you
with.
require
Chance for
16.
McMillan. Expect him to take this.
Game shot on the match.
And Jake
Jake
McMillan
McMillan.
gets the points on the board. A victory over James Richardson, who's been perfect up to this point so far. Back-to-back victories for James Richardson, but he joins the rest of the field in the taste of defeat. It was an 82.83 average for Jake McMillan, who bounces back following defeat in his last. And then we're going to take a look. Can McIntosh bounce back? He was a bit erratic on the finishing, couldn't get that match-winning dart. He's got a chance against Jim McEwan to put it right.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, we saw Jake McMillan get the better of James Richardson by 4 legs to 2. Right, middle match time of the day. It sees the defending champion, Jim McEwan, in action up against Jan McIntosh. And to answer that tungsten teaser, the answer was 18 volcanic islands. Plenty of geezers in the Faroes, and we've got a couple of geezers down in the commentary box. Matt, Glenn, all yours.
Who would have thought, Glenn? You got the tungsten teaser correct.
Was it 18?
It was 18, yeah.
Yeah, my bonus ball number. Just see Jim McEwan there.
First leg, it's Jim
I
to
think
throw
he's put the
first.
one performance in,
Game on.
which tells me why he's the big favourite. He's our champion. That opening game would have had cause for concerns. However, I just think that 100 average he smashed in his last game. Expect another good performance again. Jan, who will
11.
be thinking about his last game. Just not more of just like a nod of a head, and you could see the disappointment. He got beaten that game with Johan, where he had chance after chance.
99.
You'd understand that Jim's a heavy favourite for this match. However, that start of 11 won't help the cause.
I think this is a good thing as well in the timing of this match for Jan McIntosh, and the fact that he's only had to wait one game to come
95.
back to the hockey again. I think that's just giving him enough time just to go to the toilet, maybe have a refreshment, and then time to get back out again. Had he had to sit around for
59.
3 or 4 games, he would have sat down, probably needed to go and have a practice in between. I think it just gave him a bit of time to fester.
There was no stomping around, was there?
49.
Well, didn't expect this start from Jim McEwan. Like I said, he was absolutely brilliant in his last game. It was a big win.
60.
Over the very impressive Jake McMillan. He has a bounce in his step as I went through the players area there, and just intriguing to see the body language of the people. The happiest in there is no surprise to many people, despite defeat in his last game, was James Richardson, who was just chattering
100.
away. Just great to see the personalities of these players so up close and personal. But I'm just reading Jan very much like he's just desperate to get on the board. I think he'll settle. You know, the total polar opposite to Jake, who came up the traps
100.
very nicely, so he could settle on debut. Like I said, I guess the last player Jan wanted to see in his third game was this man, the champ.
98.
It's the thing with the Super Series, isn't it? Behind every corner and every twist and turn is just another tough challenge.
99. Jim, you require 148.
A very lackadaisical start for Jim so far. That's how you finish, I guess. While you're away, lift fancy that first dart, just the way his darts are designed as well. It just
94.
looks so inviting
Jan, you
for that
require
second dart to
84.
go in. And Jan McIntosh on 84. Potentially has got a dart at the bull. Oh, it's 2 darts, a double 12. To see the reaction, what Jim thought of that first dart.
Game shot on the first leg. Jan
I'll
McIntosh.
tell you what, you try to read this game, Matt, and you're thinking, you've got Jim McEwan, fresh from 100 average, and a big victory over Jake
Second
McMillan,
leg,
who's looked
it's Jan
great,
to throw first.
against Jan
Game
McIntosh,
on.
who's just on the back of a game where he really desperately disappointed, where he had chance after chance. And for me, I thought it was going to be a straightforward 4-0 victory for Jim. How wrong I was.
100.
As did our punters, who backed Jim McEwan in. He went out to 1-6 in this game. This morning, you'd have got odds of 2-7, so nearly sort of halved again those odds. Even now, not really much value
55.
available. Jim McEwan trading around 1-2 favourite to win this game, despite the fact being 1-0 down.
A really peculiar start from Jim, and that's probably what he's
30.
thinking right now. He's probably had that big game, that big average, gone back and practiced very nicely, gone through the same routine. Then you come out and all of a sudden when you're playing like this, then you're fighting with every dart. I've just seen a bit of shoulder coming to that first dart, which that can
34.
happen in his game. Like I said, when you're that methodical player, you have time to think in that 2 or 3 seconds as you're bringing the dart back. It's an opportunity for Jan, and I just think you're not going to get Jim playing like this very often, Jan. So grab it
76.
while you can. You've been doing well yourself in the game.
140.
And you played really well in Spain, and was it? Where was the other place? Slovakia? You played
Slovenia.
Well? Slovenia.
Slovenia, yeah.
Watching your performances there, but disappointing return in Ireland for your pathway down to Lakeside next year.
I
100.
described it as embarrassing, was the performance.
Never know that with you, because you're your biggest critic. And was it you? Just a lack of playing, do you think?
Yeah, you've got to play regularly in this game, and you know
94.
we look at Fallon Sherrick and how well she's doing at the moment. She alluded to the fact of irregular play and used the Super Series, coming down here for a week at a time rather than just the odd couple of days here and there to get herself ready. And look at the instant results that she's been having.
38.
I know I'm going to have to bite the bullet. I think I need probably a week of darts. I just think, you know, in my case, I was all lined up to go to an ADC last week and pulled out with an hour to go. Probably tells you.
138.
Yeah,
you
you know what
require
you need to do.
157.
And Jan knows that this 157 here is what he needs to do. We said Jim wouldn't go quiet for too long, and scores a 140, 94, and 138 from Jim. Set him up nicely in top.
80. Jim, you require 40.
Suddenly begin to motor is Jim. Never misses tens.
Game shot on the second leg. Jim
1-1.
McEwan. Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on. $43. 60.
Yeah, we're just going through that phase right now, and my sense is that Jan needed to capitalise, because that phase, I believe, is Jim just beginning to find his way. Yeah, where's that come from?
95.
That situation for Jim McIntosh where he knows he's the better player. I guess the biggest opponent right now is himself.
It's the hardest person to beat because
60.
you never feel like you're winning that battle. Once you start taking yourself on, only a losing trend.
I think he's searching for that dart right now. His best is when he's really fluent, and like I said, it's that
25.
person in that brain which is telling you that you're going to go into the 1, you're going to go into the 5, you're not playing very well. Then for Jan, he's someone where I would fear with a defeat for him here, because then you've played 3, lost 3, and all of a sudden you're deflated coming into tomorrow. So these are big moments for both players. A real close up of that throw. Very, very simple. Just that dart, the very slow pull back you can see there. When you see a lot of the rhythm plays, that
140.
element of the throw is a lot quicker. It's more seamless. Very long start there, but just as the point is thrown the dart, you see like a jerk in his body, and that's something I will try to make just a little bit
100.
smoother, the release.
That comes from the break of balance. So you'll see through the front side of the body a line of balance. Because that's broken, that's the line of balance re-fixing, sort of reattaching itself.
So can that be corrected?
It can be
58.
by installing the
Jan, you
line of
require
balance before the dart
156.
is thrown. Then you'll probably start to find you get a bit more extension with the arm rather than pulling short.
Yeah, that's what he needs to do, because it's as if he's thrown there.
100.
No, I like that last dart.
Jim,
It
you
just
require 140.
seemed to have the desired effect, albeit just a big 20. If McEwan had a chance at 140 earlier, Missed the double 10 on that occasion. You can see the anger there because it was such a
100.
good first start. Chance
Jan,
for
you require
McIntosh.
56.
Not the first time we've said that today for Jan. Yeah, and that doesn't give you... What it does, though, it just helps you reset. Rather than going straight for the tops it would have been. It's now 2 darts, a double 12.
32.
When things are going against
Jim,
you,
you
that
require
happens and you just
40.
seem to find the wire.
We've mentioned he loves this area of the board.
Shot on the third leg. Jim McEwan.
Continues that love affair with double 10. Jim McEwan, first holder throw in this game, takes the lead.
Fourth
More
leg. It's Jan
missed
to throw
doubles
first.
for Jan
Game on.
McIntosh.
Yeah, under the high-pressured situations, Jans just hasn't really delivered, so he'll know what to work on. Like I said, it was nice to chat for him. And
100.
sounds like he's got a lot of people cheering from him. He's a captain of the team as well. I think they have a big competition this week. He will be missed. But he'll have the family and friends watching and cheering every dart. And you know what I've realised is when I'm watching darts for other
43.
people now, you go through it for him. He's in the best position there to correct all the wrongs. I like that second dart there. Just didn't seem to have the snap of the body. It was
140.
more, for me, just letting go of that dart, just a little bit more relaxed. Maybe just holding the dart a little bit softer, feathering the dart. It feels like there's a lot of tension as he's putting the release on.
140.
No tension or no problems at all there for Jim.
He seems to play
100.
his best darts when he just goes behind. Some people just aren't comfortable being front runners. They're not comfortable being in front. Then you get players that, when they do that, they tend to play the standard of the opponent. If the opponent throws 100 average,
Jan,
they
you
go up to
require
that sort of standard.
161.
If the opponent throws a 60, they drop themselves down.
We use the word tension and anxiety a lot.
87.
You know, sometimes it's just the quality of the player as well. Jan's not going to come across Jim McEwan every day of the week. You know, he's probably beating up the players in the Faroes. He's number one and used to winning. And then you step up in a waiting
58.
class, and
Jan, you require
sometimes
74.
tension and anxiety can be an easy route to say that of the reasons there. But again, he's getting opportunities. That's the positive.
34.
Negative.
Jim, you require
he
120.
ain't executing them. Chance for McEwan for 3-1.
Beautiful dart. Top of the shot.
Game shot on the
Top
fourth leg.
class.
Jim McEwan.
Jim McEwan puts himself a leg away from the match and is really starting to make a move on this match now.
Fifth leg. It's Jim to throw first.
Jim's interview at the end.
Game on.
I was rubbish today, apart from the second game, but I've won 5 out of 5. He hasn't won 5 out of 5. What are you talking about, Glenn?
100.
Sure, that'll be edited well.
Your predictions are that bad. You're even getting them wrong when there's been results in the part.
140.
Good shout, though. He does seem to be looking more relaxed when he's behind, and what you're trying to work out is how can I feel and throw the darts when I'm in front or at the beginning of matches. That's the kind of conundrums that Jan's going to have to
100.
decide and work out himself. I guess it can be a bit lonely up there, Matt, if you're not winning games.
Absolutely, and when
100.
you've got a certain amount of fixtures to fulfill as well, it's not too bad when you lose and that's it. You can go home and it's done, and you go, right, okay, that's that day done. But if you lose 2 or 3 matches and you look ahead and I've still got 2 matches to go, you're almost going up there already with that
140.
defeatist attitude.
The averages creeping up very nicely for Jim McEwan now, just shy of the 90 area.
50.
Are we seeing
Jim,
the
you
beginning
require
of the end?
161.
Jim McEwan is 6 starts away, 161. To go top of the table. And what a way to do it.
136.
25, one of the shots where you really get to see what area of the board a player likes, because you can pretty much leave whatever you want.
45. Jim, you require 25.
The champ
Shot
goes
and the
top.
match, Jim McEwan.
Jim McEwan, after a disappointing start of the day and a disappointing start of that match there, just suddenly found his very, very best at the end, and just appreciates that Jan's probably having a real tough time there. It was all about Jim McEwan in that game. He didn't panic going 1-0 down, and once again, a very good on the outer ring this time for Jim McEwan. That 120 finish being the highlight. Jim McEwan goes top, and next up, Leonard Gates. Seems a long time since we last seen him against Johan Engstrom.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, Jim McEwan got the better of Jan McIntosh by 4 legs to 1. Right, next up for us is Leonard Gates in action up against Johan Engstrom. And watching this one in the commentary box is Matthew Edgar and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Been a good day so far for Johan Engstrom, despite the fact he hasn't been at his best. He'd be delighted with the points and the numbers that's on the board, but he knows he needs to up his performance. And something I didn't expect to be saying about this man, Leonard Gates. Real big favourite with the crowds, a real success in the game of darts at the moment. And MODUS Super Series is one of the things that he's got high on the agenda, big on the priority list. But so far, played 2 and lost 2. He'll want to correct that. And very interesting. And
First leg, it's Leonard to throw first.
Good hour,
Game
hour
on.
and 15. He's kind of guy that just puts his music in and does his thing. And we, the real Leonard Gates, please stand up.
100.
Said in the last game, I felt like it was a benefit for Jan McIntosh to come back to the hockey quite quick. I feel the same for Leonard Gates in the fact that it was best for him not to have that gap, because
100.
you use the word reset quite a lot. And he's almost had the opportunity there to sort of reset now and say, right,
100.
those first couple of games, I can almost put those and bank those down as the practice and the preparation. Now was when the day and the tournament starts. And to leave here on 6 points would be still a healthy position.
I think I
83.
expect Jim McEwan to finish on 8 points, and then I look that the final game for both players is Leonard Gates versus Jim McEwan.
45.
That brings back memories of the seniors match play final, etc. So yeah, you're right. He could go away with 6 points and still be joint top with a few of the players, including this man in your picture right here, Johan. Who it's different in the
85.
sense of his last game with Jan, where he'll have been a slight favourite in that game. I expect Leonard Gates with the bookies to be a favourite for this match, despite the fact he's still searching for his first win of the day.
136.
Going to find that short-term instant impact form doesn't tend to differ too much from what we know long-term, what we expect from the
58.
players, and that is
Leonard, you
we
require
expect Leonard
40.
Gates to be doing what he's doing in this one. It's tops after
Game
12.
shot on the first
There's a
leg.
13
Leonard
data
Gates.
there for the Soldier. It's quite an interesting one, actually, when you think about nicknames. Do
Second
you have
leg.
any
It's Johan
idea
to
where
throw
the Sweet
first.
Ferret comes
Game
from?
on.
I'll maybe ask him. Well, that's, yeah. Did not expect to see that nickname up there, and whether he's had it all them
100.
years I've known him, but yeah. I guess when you get Johnny Clayton off Wish, you get
60.
Johan Engstrom.
Could be worse. He could have had one of those nicknames, you know, where people just like put an A or something on their name, or just something really basic.
Yozza. Chizzy.
Dozer.
41.
Whatever happened to him, huh? Where did prime time come from?
100.
It was something I used in when I was boxing and wrestling, and then
No, seriously.
and then I was
54.
main stage in the UK Open when it was on Sky, the last one at the then Reebok Stadium, and that's when I said, right, I'm the prime time slot of the set. So I was like, right, I'm gonna switch it across.
100.
I'm gonna bring it over.
So you've been on the main stage at the who were you playing?
Colin Osborne. That's me for one
You been Aussie?
84.
on debut. Well, on main screen debut. Yeah. He got me back here a few weeks ago, didn't he? Beat me in the semi-final of
57.
Super Series.
Ah, you were gutted, weren't you? The hardest thing of that commentary was just not to laugh.
58.
I've seen the celebrations last week. I've seen a bit of everything on the stage now, and a few players now know where the cameras are, very much like Johnny Clayton, actually.
60.
Maybe the sweet
Johan,
ferret,
you require
if
164.
it checks out on this 164, can give us the finger point.
I can think of a really good celebration, 180
95.
celebration for Johan.
Leonard, you require 124.
Treble 18 is the shot. What I like
80.
about Leonard, no reaction,
Johan,
no
you require
sulking when the treble
69.
18 doesn't go in, and I think that's a big determination of why the treble 19 goes in. Very early in this match, but you just feel it's a must-hit tops.
Game shot on the second leg. Johan Engstrom.
Super from the Swede.
Yeah, he's having a good bit of success on the top end of the
Third
board.
leg, it's Leonard to throw first. Game on.
You've been opening your wallet on the stage there. Mighty big piece of fluff there. Irritating Leonard.
108.
But now it's gone. The 180s are back.
140. 140.
Well, we sat here quiet. We looked at each other there because we both fancied him to follow that. I just feel Leonard is the type of player to smash in a 9-darter from somewhere.
100.
Oh yeah, and with no like warning or build up, just oh, there's a 9-darter. Hope you enjoyed that.
60.
Maybe that bit of fluff was really irritating him because he's playing a lot better since. There are a few players like that, aren't there, that get really irritated by little, like Joe Cullen will always find a little piece somewhere.
49.
Never when you're winning,
Leonard, you
though,
require
Matt.
121.
Never when you're winning. So 61. A double 14. Now, I'm not going to be critical of a
Shot on the
1-2-1.
third leg, Leonard
But I
Gate.
wouldn't have gone that way, Matt, with my opponent way in the 200s there. He was looking at the 11 bolt. The treble 11 was the
Fourth leg,
bonus.
it's Johan to throw
But
first.
that is the
Game
unpredictability
on.
of Leonard Gates. And that is the best of Leonard Gates.
$97.
Finding that treble with real ease. And I was
140.
interested in what you said there. Never really looked at that way, that Leonard's had that hour, that 90 minutes to reflect. I saw it as a bit of a negative, but maybe he's just had time to really compose himself. And
97.
he's the kind of guy who doesn't leave the practice board too much. This has been a superb performance so far. We asked him, will he stand up?
140.
He certainly has so far.
And he's making a move here on the Johan throw. He has to get the breaker throw
59.
here. He'll be thrown first for the match and his first points on the board. And maybe a bit of a statement performance here to put himself back in the
85.
mix or the conversation here with those players at the top of Group A.
Yeah, this is the performance we've been waiting for from Leonard Gates. I still feel come late Wednesday, him and Jim McEwan. Can
58.
James Richardson
Leonard, you
continue
require
the
136.
success? And Jake McMillan, going to write him off just yet. He'll stay there.
58.
And a treble there would have left his double top. But Johan on 190, he'll be thinking, well, 78, he's going to have hard work for us if I can put some pressure on it. Well, he's doing that.
100. Leonard, you require 78. Game shot on the fourth flag, Leonard Gates.
Nice, confident, clean 15-darter there from Leonard Gates.
And we've talked about today
Fifth leg,
being
it's
a
Leonard
day
to
of
throw
missed
first.
opportunities.
Game
Players
on.
not being very good on the doubles. And then up walks Leonard Gates against Johan Engstrom. 4-darter, a double between them. That's the way to do it.
180.
And he's making it look like he's been doing this all day. You're almost forgetting very quickly that the day's not
60.
been there for Leonard Gates. He is looking at ease.
That is the type of player from nowhere to put a performance like that. And why do you think that is?
59.
Why do you think Leonard is? Because we predicted he's the kind of player that can have 2 bad games and then go and smash 100 average in. Is it because of his quality?
58.
It's hard read, isn't he, Leonard Gates, which I guess maybe is why there was that bit of value in him this week at 11-2 to win the week. But when he's playing like this, you just look at that 11-2 and you think, where can I have some of that?
20-1 last week to win Lakeside. I thought that was a big, big price. Like I said, we said it's the
97.
most open
Leonard, you require
Lakeside Championships. And Leonard Gates
134.
is now in the UK for a few weeks and getting plenty of practice. He's on the right stage right now as to be in tip-top shape. Going to leave himself 54 left. Like I said, this is an element of the game because he comes back from that
94.
soft tip background where the scoring's all done for you. But this has been the performance of the day from Leonard Gates so far. Johan has been left floundering in this game.
100.
Sometimes
Leonard,
you've just got to
require
say, my
40.
opponent was better.
$30.
Didn't expect to see Leonard Gates miss that one. I thought we was getting ready to wrap that one up. But as we've seen throughout the day so far, just getting a little bit twitchy towards the back end of the games.
134.
Was desperate for
Leonard,
the
you
180
require
there. So it
10.
wouldn't have been double three. I think it'd have gone any other double.
No score. Johan, you require 52.
Just when you think you begin to work this game out, Matt. This would be from nowhere.
Game shot
The
on a fifth
steal
leg.
of the
Johan
century.
Engstrom.
Sometimes
flag, it's
when this
Johan to
starts
throw
happening
first.
against you, you just
Game
feel
on.
like it's your day. Go back about an hour ago. Johan was in a game with Jan McIntosh, who had about 6 handfuls
60.
of darts to be able to beat him and wasn't able to do so.
$60. $80.
I said about that an hour ago in that same game, Matt. Threw 3 darts, resigned to defeat.
81.
I think he was ready to walk off thinking, yeah, Leonard was excellent there. And fair play to him. Now he's thinking, does anybody want to beat me today?
$95.
Stunning last start there from Johan. His average is plummeted down to 94.
97.
Johan has just stayed around that 80 to 85 average. Rose looking a lot smoother.
58.
I've talked about the unpredictability of Leonard Gates.
$59.
Is exactly being the performance we're talking about. From the sublime to the ridiculous for Gates in this match.
$58. $100. Johan, you require 150.
I expect to see the 3 balls, the old Simon Whitlock route going for here.
Still my favourite all-time finish. That leaves 80.
110.
Wow. The setup play
Leonard, you require 104.
and the setup play. But this is for the match. Gonna get another dart for the match. This time it's double top.
84. Johan,
And
you require
more missed
40.
opportunities against Johan.
Game shot on a 6
It's as if
flag.
he's got
Johan
a friend
Engstrom.
stood behind the dartboard with a magnet, like just pulling them out of the way.
Why is it 3-3?
7th and final leg. It's Leonard
Because
to
of
throw
that
first.
stuff. 7
Game
missed
on.
darts for Leonard Gates. It was immaculate going into attempting to win the match. It didn't look like he didn't want to shake hands with it. It was just deep in
180.
concentration, in planning his attack for a last leg shootout. And what a way to start. Fair play, Leonard.
I'm sure that was the plan as well. So
55.
the plan and the execution both on point there for Leonard Gates.
His 4th of the match so far, and he's teasing us with a 9.
135.
That he was the sort of player you expect to explode into life with a big shot like that 9.
119.
Well, if Johan wins this match, then I'm going to go and show him where the lottery shop is, because he's had one of them days so far. Leonard has been superb at times in this game.
92.
By his own default, he's not off that stage right now. I tell you what, a maximum here, Matt.
100. Leonard, you require 94.
Trying to get the job done and get his first 2 points on the board.
Has the luxury going there? So just again, this is the point where
58.
and I know I'm a moaner, but I rate Leonard an awful lot. It's just an area of the game he can improve. Johan is still fighting. He's saying to Leonard, you better hit
98.
this. I'm
Leonard, you require
129 and one
36.
big finish away from you. Leonard Gates was absolutely nowhere near the double 18 previously.
Game
He
shot
is this
and the
time, and
match,
in the end,
Leonard
it's Golden
Gates.
Gates. He gets his first 2 points in this Group A campaign. And for Johan Engstrom, he dug deep, he kept on fighting. But to be fair, the better player got over the line, and Leonard Gates gets his first 2 points. A stunning 96 average, a beautiful 1-2-1 finish. Finally, Leonard Gates gets his first win, and after the break, it's the unbeaten James Richardson against Jim McEwan.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've completed 9 games for our day so far. So it is time for some expert analysis up here on the balcony. Well, Matthew Edgar will have to do. Well, we'll have a look at the results so far first and foremost. Great to have you with us as always, Matt. And there seems to be a bit of a symmetry here, isn't there, as far as results are concerned? The first 4 going against Throne and the rest going with.
And that's what you'd expect to see, really, and especially when you're looking at a group like we've got here, where we've got a very even sort of match in terms of standard, you tend to find that it would go with the advantage of throw, because in this short format game, something I don't think we talk about enough here at the Super Series, just how much of a race this is, or a sprint this is, that advantage of throw is huge.
Well, let's have a look and talk about the champ, Jim McEwan, because he's put in the performance of the day so far, but there'll also be other moments where you feel like, yeah, they could be up there, but he's won, and that's ultimately what matters.
And that's what happened. The winners win, as we say, and Jim McEwan's been a fine example of that throughout the day. It's not been his best. Does it need to be his best? No. He'll bring his best when he needs to. And that's one of the things that Jim McEwan's been so good at. He's a player that no one really likes to play, partly because the pace in which he plays it is very slow and methodical, but he's also really good. So it's kind of a horrible concoction.
Well, he's going to be taking on James Richardson in a few moments' time. He's also got a couple of wins under his belt. What's your assessment of James, particularly with Lakeside coming into the rear-view mirror for him?
He's starting to build up and get ready for that. We're seeing him now playing a bit more on the opens. James Richardson's the sort of player that if you had a game of darts 7 days a week, he'd play darts 7 days a week. But he's starting to get himself ready now for Lakeside. He's going to be one of the players that you're going to say is a likely candidate, as most of the field in that. It's a wide open event, and he's going to have a real serious opportunity here at picking up a big title.
Jake McMillan on debut in this competition. It looks like he's settled into things, really, doesn't it?
I've been really impressed with him. I know Glenn Durrant as well on commentary has been extremely impressed so far with Jake. He's someone you don't really know too much. You can look at numbers all day, but it doesn't give you a true indication of how the player is. And there's been moments here for Jake. That 107 really stands out for me at a big point of a match where you're able to take that ton plus checkout. And this is debut. Players tend to get better as the week goes on, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that from Jake. I really do expect to see him here Saturday night.
Well, that is what we've seen so far. This is the table then. Let's round up what we have seen so far. As you can see, 4 players all locked on 4 points. Leonard Gates with victory as well. Jan McIntosh, the only player yet to get off the mark. And next up for us is those top 2 in the table going toe-to-toe. Jim McEwan up against James Richardson, but yes, of course, both players want to get off to a good day on Monday, but these two are very experienced campaigners when it comes to this format. So they know, yes, this is a good start. Whatever happens today, it's just a start.
That's Monday, isn't it? There's 15 games to be played in this group. The only danger here, though, is in this group, there's only one place to play for, and that's that top spot. If you're not top spot, you're back Thursday and Friday. Both these players will want to have those extra couple of days off. It does make a difference. It does make it feel a bit of an easier week, certainly on the body, especially if you're dropping into that Group C and you've got another 2 days of 15 games to go. So quite an interesting game in terms of the complications of this group.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see. So let's not waste any more time and get the action underway. Matt's going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Yeah, great analysis there on what is a very, very tight group, and 2 of the main protagonists who I expect to be here come late Wednesday, James Richardson and Jim McEwan. Sort of the head-to-heads between these 2 players could be really important. It's been a funny old day so far for Jim McEwan. He started off very slowly. You can understand that all the eyes were on him, the promos, etc. were doing that the champ is here, and all of a sudden that can get to you a little bit. And for James Richardson, who'll be heavily into practice right now in preparation for Lakeside, and has shown real signs that his game's right back at his best. He's such a tough player to beat. And this is a real clash of styles. You've got the pacey James Richardson, and using his own words, the methodical Jim McEwan.
140.
This could be a cracker.
60.
I think this game depends a lot on the start of the game as well, because James Richardson's not going to like the pace of this. He's going to be spending a lot more time pondering. I think if he starts well, he'll continue well. But if those negatives just start to creep in a little bit, end up finding himself struggling a little bit in this one.
60.
I used to like to ponder. It was
58.
the quick players I struggled against. And look, James has probably played Jim many, many times. I mean, on record, it's just the one time at the Challenge Tour. But out of the 2 of them, I prefer
82.
to play Jim rather than James.
You didn't in the match play, though, did you?
Yeah, honestly, joking aside, I just forgot how to win. I couldn't believe I was in a position. I thought, how do I get through that winning line? I forgot. It was a game I walked away thinking, you know, if I'd just had a little bit more
James, you
belief.
require 119.
didn't need to go that way.
94.
That's either a case of it didn't even look at what Jim was on there, 197, and maybe that's his strategy, the very Martin Adams-esque, where if there's a finish on the board, they will go for it. And just see him looking down, not even looking what Jim is doing here.
95.
Clearly, that's something that
James,
James
you
has
require
worked on. When I played
25.
Jim, this is the way I'm going to deal with the situation. Well, I've been pleasantly surprised to see that Jim wasn't on a finish. It's a bit wild.
17.
That will
Jim,
frustrate.
you require
3
102.
missed starts in this leg. And McEwan is the type of player where he can ping this 102 from absolutely nowhere.
He's a type of player as well that when you start a week and
39.
you look at the players that are in your group,
James, you
you go,
require
oh no,
8.
not McEwan.
Yeah, it's getting to a stage now where the players
James
are
shot on the
doing that.
first
James
leg.
Richardson,
James
I sense,
Richardson.
doesn't. I don't think who he cares. I think it's all about himself. And I tell you what, if we're a week away
Second
from
leg, it's Jim to throw
Lakeside and
first.
a couple of
Game
weeks
on.
away as people are planning themselves, you want to play against the best. You don't just want to play plays where you're running away with victory. It's nice to have wins under your belt. But this is a real indicator of where your game's at. And so you can go and
98.
fine-tune. You can look at his game this week and think, you know, my scoring power wasn't as good. And heavily practicing off, you're just missing doubles then. Really learn to love what you're here to do and start really practicing those doubles until it hurts.
57.
What's the old expression? Be comfortable with being uncomfortable.
$60.
Strange day for Jim today, isn't it?
It's not what you'd expect from Jim's the sort of player you expect to get a
41.
baseline of performance from all day. And we tend to be getting a bit more wavy in terms of the performance from Jim.
And they did meet in the Challenge Tour in 2020. It was a quarter-final, but it was not a classic. I always think sometimes you need that right dance partner.
85.
Matt mentioned earlier, when you're a quick player like James, you want to play another quick player. The rhythm's really good. It's nice. It's pleasing to see on the eye.
133.
Like I said, the way I would see it for James is it's just a different type of challenge when you're playing Jim. And I think he's dealing with it very nicely. You can just see there, he's just assessing the scores, looking there. Sometimes you look at a certain tile, a certain piece of the carpet. You just do what works for you. I used to have a player who used to just sing a song.
134.
You said you're just trying to deal with that 10 to 12 seconds in between each throw.
140. Jim, you require 124. Game
What
shot on the
a
second
finish,
leg.
Jim McEwan. He just seems to come to the fore without being at his brilliant best, and that's the way I've assessed his day so far.
Third leg, it's James to throw first.
Classy finish from
Game on.
a brilliant player, Matt.
From our champion. Champion darts from McEwan. They're the sort of darts he was throwing here a couple of weeks ago when he
100.
scooped the £20,000. Just think what a couple of months it could be for McEwan if he was to win this week. Winning a week, winning Champions Week, then winning another week. That would be all included about £34,000.
180.
That's how you shout a 180.
When he talks about wanting to be a professional dart player, there's a salary there
60.
just in the last couple of months if he was able to pick up a weekly title here this week.
Yeah, the games with Jim usually are longer. What's the longest you were ever on a stage?
44.
No, it won't be one of your PDC matches because they were over very quickly, weren't they, in Darius Leather just a couple of times.
And to be fair, the other one I
100.
gave that addition as well. Don't know what 10 legs to get that one won. So yeah, that wasn't that one.
And you beat Matt 3 hours against Martin Adams at Lakeside.
2.5 hours of that were you throwing.
135.
I'm not saying it was a long game. and it was hot up there. But I went up 16 stone and came back 11 stone.
100. Jim, you require 142.
Nothing to separate. This would be for a breaker throw for Jim. Looking at the 17s. Right, look at the 25 bed now.
It was quite ironic as well, because you actually went up there with a full crowd and came out with no one watching. It's like a couple of things changed during that game. This could be a game-changing moment here for James Richardson, the 141.
42. James, you require 141.
Finish that normally sits at the end of a 9-dart combination. Won't go on this occasion, so can McEwan back up that
81.
1-2-4 finish he took out
Jim,
in the
you
last with
require
another
100.
ton-plus checkout.
Yeah, you feel this must go. What a first start when he's under pressure on the finishes. He's just
On
so
the
good.
third leg,
1-2-4
Jim
in the
McEwan.
previous leg, complimented with that 100 finish. Thank you very much. Take that, James.
Fourth leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Beautiful dart. Expect to follow.
$100.
Players are so good now. Not only is a treble 20 acceptable, but even parts of the treble 20. And sometimes you can score a ton and be disappointed.
140.
Good game.
Yeah, when you looked at the card this morning and you wanted to highlight and pick out some of your matches that would be your highlights of the day, this is definitely one of them.
Yeah, I think Jake McMillan then comes into the equation now. I think he's been really
40.
good today, and I like his next couple of games. I think Jake does come up next against Johan, who's... I'd make Jake a slight favourite for that skate. Then in the final game, he plays Jan as well. So I expect
140.
Jake to finish on 8 points today, so I'm not going to write him off just yet. Still felt, be coming into this, it was between McEwan and Gates, and how is Richardson going to play? I just think Jake's now come into that scenario.
Absolutely. You feel
100.
like the hardest in terms of the reputations and the CVs of the players is behind Jake McMillan now. And then tomorrow, the fixtures are reversed. So they're his next 4 fixtures. Playing the players that we sort of expected to be towards the bottom end of the table. So by this point tomorrow, could be sat top of
57.
the table.
I've got to get them averages up. How often do you see that?
$140.
Once again, when the pressure's on for
James, you
Jimmy,
require
does deliver.
164.
James was taking control of this leg there.
I'm going to surprise you at the start of the next leg. Stay tuned for that one.
124. Jim,
Great
you
setup
require
there from
121.
James Richardson to leave tops. But can McEwan make it 3 from 3 on the ton-plus checkouts? It's on. The ball. Same target he took out the 1-2-4 on.
96.
Just
James,
past
you
the
require
post.
40.
Hit the post and the crossbar. And Richardson has a slight reprieve. Double 10. Angle is not good.
20.
Well, you can
Jim, you
feel the
require
pain.
25.
Interesting as he moves across with a first dart of the double 10. See the frustration there because he expects Jim to finish. He's so solid. He's full of fight. Give him a chance. He usually takes it.
13.
Long way
James,
off.
you require 20.
Opportunity passes by. An opportunity now for James Richardson to break
Game
the
shot on the
throw
full
of Jim
flag. James
McEwan, and it goes
Richardson.
back to James Richardson's advantage. He becomes favourite once again, but this time in a best-of-3 match.
Fifth leg, it's James to throw first.
You ready for something
Game on.
quite surprising?
Let's do it.
Jake McMillan in the next match to beat Johan
100.
5-4.
Second favourite.
4-7 favourite, Johan. I think that is incredible value, 5-4.
$40.
That does give some really good tips out there, but please remember to gamble responsibly. Gambleaware.org.
100.
18 plus. One stop. McEwan. Just off pace at the moment. And one of those mid-match wobbles that you don't really
44.
want. James Richardson, that strategy, that concentration of when Jim is at the board, is, for me, is working. Like I said, he doesn't like the pace. He wants to play against the fast player, but he's demonstrated the right
140.
attributes here. Darts is about facing challenges. Darts about being consistent. And I just like his pre-throw routine here.
42.
Jim McEwan, like I said,
James,
is
you
not
require
at the races in this leg.
161.
Could use bull.
51.
I was about to say, isn't it typical of McEwan to still fight back even from
100.
here? It's one of the qualities
James,
he
you
knows
require
that he has.
110.
But it's Richardson's to lose from here.
And how much of this is the disappointment from Jim McEwan, who missed 2
70.
darts to go 3-1 up? Would have been a leg away from the match. Instead, it looks like it's going to be James Richardson who's going to be just a leg away from the match.
100. James, you
Tops for
require
James,
40.
6 darts in hand. Time on his side. And got to be
James
said,
on
it's
the
been a
fifth
favourite
leg,
double
James
of his today.
Richardson.
Puts himself just a leg away from the victory here and a leg away from being top
Sixth
of the
leg,
table.
it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Yes, I incorrectly said he was unbeaten so far, James, but James has lost one game. But in the in-play table, he sat top overall after this one. That was the carrot that was
96.
dangling in this game. That was the motivation, and he's been very, very good. I wasn't sure which James Richardson we were going to get today. Even now, I'm not saying he's at his real best.
41.
What a fillet, what a confidence boost it would be if he can overnight go top of the table. Well, plenty of darts to play just yet.
57. $60. $58.
How much of this Jim McEwan performance today, though, also comes down to expectation or the feel of expectation from others
60.
on the back of winning Champions Week last time?
A lot. It's something I've had experience in, and I sense that it won't affect Jim, because I see a lot of the qualities in Jim as when I played regularly myself.
108.
He knows he's not the most talented player out there. He knows he's very difficult to beat. He knows his strength is his mind. And I think he'll handle the
60.
situation very, very nicely.
Jim, you require 110.
Just a bit greyer than me.
$86.
One of the successes today from the 6 players has been the setup play. Again, Jim McEwan, that's a magic setup. And already Richardson's thinking of the last leg where he will have the dart, remember.
140.
Is Richardson
Jim, you
still
require
favourite for this
24.
match? I did say Richardson's already thinking of the last leg.
Game shot on a sick
We'll
flag.
have to
Jim
know the
McEwan.
biggest 3 darts of this match are the next 3. All you're thinking to yourself in this situation, you
Seventh
can
and
see
final
him there.
leg. It's James to throw
One
first.
treble. Give me
Game on.
100. I'll take that.
When you go with the first start, it just really settles you into the whole visit and into the throw.
97.
And Erdogan stayed in the 20s there, despite the fact there's something about hearing the score 100 as an opponent. Did you see that dart there from Jimmy? He had everything go with that dart there. He's thinking about it. It doesn't feel at his best right now.
41.
And you're just too much body movement. You can tell when Jim's just not right when he throws a dart. Advantage Richardson. Can he be ruthless? Can he?
140. $98.
Just the one good dart out them first 6 for me. That one that went short was a real late release. You can see him searching, reaching for the dart as it's let go of his hand. Hyman, rhythm.
56.
Something that James got in abundance when he's playing well. Just a little look over there because he doesn't want to go too much trebleless. Classy dart.
$100. $140.
Best 3 darts of the match, James Richardson. It's in your hands now. Can McEwan get down to a finish? It may seem gone the 18s. He does. Now he wishes he hasn't. And that is not the first time today he's dipped into the 4.
Really struggling with the height,
31.
and there's some frustration.
Danger
A rare
requires
sight we
68.
don't often see with Jim McEwan.
Eat and drink for this man.
Game shot.
And what
the
a
match.
finish. A
James
classy
Richardson.
performance. Richardson goes top of the table. And that's a very frustrated Jim McEwan. He'll be back later to right those wrongs. But it's all about that man on the left of your picture. James Richardson, once again, just shy of the 90 average. Better on the outer ring, 4 from 10. A little 180 to boot, but a beautiful 68 finish to check out. Richardson wins a tight one. And next up, it's Johan Engstrom against Jake McMillan.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where that man there, the captain of Canada, Jake McMillan, is in action up next against the Sweet Ferret, Johan Engstrom. Before the break, we saw James Richardson get the better of Jim McEwan in a last leg decided by 4-3. Who's going to win this one? Let's find out with Matt and Glenn.
Well, I've given up predicting now. That's where I've decided. It's been one of those days today where, yeah, it could be a real coup on Buster. But James Richardson's the one that's making the mark right now. But super impressed with the guy just taking his darts out the dartboard there. And Johan Engstrom, a real experienced player from Sweden. Been on the circuit for a long, long time. Great to see him here at the MODUS Super Series. And he'll be fairly happy. I think he had a couple of wins early doors where he'll be, you know, the win, great performance.
First
must
leg,
do
it's
better.
Johan to throw first.
And he goes
Game
into
on.
this match a surprised favourite. They're surprised just based on the opinions of the commentators in here and what we've seen
121.
of Jake McMillan. But Johan Engstrom, it's a good start from him in this game. But been really impressed with Jake so
59.
far. Tight one, Matt.
Yeah, but I think there's plenty of value here in Jake. I really do like the play. 5-4, the odds available at the start of this match. But Johan has got better as the day's gone on when we look at
59.
his line of performance. But we've yet to see Jake really dropping a clanger. He's always in the 80s.
140.
He's in the 80s with a style of play that makes you think very soon he's going to hit one of those 90 plus.
Yeah, and that line of performance from
134.
Jake, I expected to be up and down based on the stats that we had. But quite new on the
58.
circuit. Like I said, coming through a tough school in Canada, and I like what I see with him. And you said you made a statement, you expect him to be there Saturday night, and I have to agree. And just another fantastic addition.
121.
Just feel like North American darts in a good position, but did we write off Johan a little bit too early because 66 points away from the first leg? But if you want some pressure,
Johan, you require 66.
yeah, just offered that.
Game shot on the
Let
first
me just
leg.
put you
Johan
in the position of
Engstrom.
Jake McMillan as that first dart as an absolute flyer, just shy of double five.
Second
There's a
leg, it's
golfer
Jake
they've been
to throw
shouting
first.
for.
Game
Nearly
on.
as wide as his dive off the stage there, but in all seriousness, that dart going in there, they can
60.
hurt. And I noticed that Jake was watching the dart go in. Sometimes you just have that inevitability about it when someone goes a little bit wild with a double. You expect to be back. And then Bosch right in the middle of double 12.
180.
I think the people that lay the odds, set the odds, maybe knew something that we didn't, because they
60.
did make Johan a big favourite. We doubted it. But at the moment, it's Johan in the driving seat.
I think it was Chris Mason who said a few weeks ago, even when they get it wrong, they seem to get it right.
60.
Then followed it with, that's why the bookie has a Bentley and he has a BMX.
58.
Yes, and that BMX is right next to the ironing table. I couldn't iron my clothes this morning. Mace, if you're watching. It's by far the best performance, and that's a good sign. Some people might say it's a bit petulant, throwing you out, but that's a sign that you're feeling
66.
good. Why did that go in the 5? Why did that go in the 1?
58.
We may see him go downstairs on the 195 because 1 treble 19 and 2 singles. If a treble goes in here,
95.
that's the reason he went that way. He's a straight ton finish, a 2-darter. And the same for Jake. They should have started on the 19s on 265.
39.
That's board management.
Johan,
One
you
player getting it
require
right.
100.
And for me, one player getting it wrong.
$80.
No dramas with Jake Saturn 226, but this has been superb so far from Johan.
100. Johan, you require 20.
Oh,
Game
the
shot on the
performance has
second
been getting
leg,
better
Johan
throughout the day, and
Engstrom.
it continues to climb. This is a polished performance here from Johan. Average just shy of
Third leg, it's Johan
97,
to throw first.
but that is a breaker throw as
Game
well.
on.
It's all about Johan at the minute, and Jake McMillan is going to have to dig deep. He's been in this position a couple of times already so far today, and that's when we've seen Jake really pull something out of the locker.
41.
He's going to pull something out the locker then. That 41 score is a chance.
57.
Not enough. Well, for a lot of players, that first
96.
dart was absolutely perfect to follow him. But that camera angle we've just seen there, you can see his darts are the total opposite of the way they're landing for Jake.
96.
What a real funny grip as Johan. Just uses the three fingers, finger, thumb, and the first of his fingers. The other two are doing absolutely nothing.
43.
Just tends to find that he loses the point in the hand. You can see the point
96.
just wavering up and down, which is going to cause him to struggle with high and low darts.
Usually happens when you've got new darts as well, or new points where you just can't get the grip on the dart or the point.
58.
The
57.
balance there from Jake. The fundamentals are there for his throw. Understand why he's here, why he's the national champion. He is up against it here. Johan is fine. That treble again. He should stay there.
134. 60. Johan, you require 129.
Yeah, I think his board management could be better, Jake. I like the 19s on the last start there. 135 to 136. 72 left here for Johan. Going to leave tops.
89.
And for Jake
Jake, you
McMillan,
require
135. He'll start on the
135.
ball. He can still finish with a treble 20. Can't now. Chance for Engstrom.
65. Johan, you require 40.
For 3-0.
Game shot on the third
Well,
leg.
Matt,
Johan
the bookies
Engstrom.
saw this coming. You didn't. Not often you get it wrong. Fair play to you.
Fourth leg, it's Jake to throw first. Game on.
Suppose that just goes along with the line of every game's different.
140.
Games are played on paper. It's not top trumps. Every game has its own individual vibe and feel. There'll be just certain players that you prefer playing as well.
100.
I didn't see this performance coming from Johan. Like I said, he had that bizarre game with McIntosh where, I mean, Jan will be having nightmares about that game tonight.
97.
And then followed it with a tight loss to Leonard Gay, so you could understand maybe the frustration of Johan coming into this game. To be fair, just averaging just shy of 91 going into these darts
96.
and rising. This is Jake's best leg of the match so
140.
far. We haven't seen a massive comeback today. The last couple of games have ended 4-3. So it'd be competitive and tight. We haven't seen a 4-0 today.
41.
It was
Jake,
Johan
you
who had
require
the chance there.
124.
We're in the hands now of McMillan.
92.
When he has gone behind, he has dug deep, Jake McMillan.
58.
It
Jake, you require
may have
32.
come a little bit too late on this occasion. It's
Game shot on the
certainly
fourth leg.
not too
Jake
little. A
McMillan.
13 darter there for Jake McMillan. Keeps his hopes alive, but he's going to need to break the throw on 2 occasions
Fifth
now.
leg, it's Johan to
of
throw
Johan.
first. Game on.
Starting with this leg. But a warning shot there from Jake. To
59.
remind Johan of what he's capable of.
Is it too little, too late?
96.
An overthinker will be striving to get the 4, whereas a realist is someone who's just taking it that one leg at a time, and that's the way to do it for Jake. You want to be thinking, let me just get this leg
100.
over and done with right now.
$40.
Big chance for the Super Swede.
$58.
Not so super.
$140. $28. $94.
Good last start there from Jake. I thought he had the eyes on the 20s there. That would have left a number that he couldn't finish. Is the comeback on? Should look at the bull with the last.
130.
Not only looks at it, Matt. Smacks it bang in the middle.
131.
Likely look at the 18s.
91.
Finds the 18s.
Johan, you require 142.
Johan being asked a big question here. Doesn't have the big answer. So the process starting already, you see from Jake in the background, going and getting a
102.
drink of his water and
Jake, you
beginning
require 40.
to get himself set here to try and put himself just a leg behind.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Jake McMillan.
Well, about 6 or 7 minutes ago, I thought this game was done and dusted. There was even talk
6th
of our
leg. It's
first
Jake to
4-0
throw
victory
first.
of the day.
Game
And
on.
right now, that momentum is with the man in your picture in Jake McMillan. Johan will have the dart if it does go the
59.
distance. The last couple of games have gone 4-3. Just another indication for me how tight this group is. Been a very interesting first day. And I think every single player
75.
will go, you know, I could have been top overnight because I didn't play my best. And neither did my opponents.
100.
I don't think a player's going to leave here not thinking I could have done 5 from 5.
$30.
It's a classic tale of two halves because Jake McMillan was averaging the 70s for the majority of this game.
58.
He's on the upwards trajectory, just averaging just shy of 90. Johan, on the opposite, was averaging well over 100 and is now low 80s. He won't like them darts. Now, normally they'd be good. He's going to persevere.
60.
Looks like it's going to be going all the way.
Sure now.
180.
Second of this leg and his third of the match. McMillan is flying. What does this
100.
comeback match do
Jake,
with
you
the
require
mentality of a
24.
player?
Gives you
Game shot on the
belief,
6th
doesn't it?
leg. Jake McMillan.
Makes you believe, makes you be aware that actually you don't need to go up there and boss the match. You can come
7th
back,
and
you've got it
final
in the
leg.
locker,
It's
you can
Johan
win
to
from
throw
all
first.
sorts of positions.
Game on.
But got one more leg to go, and it is a leg he's going to have to try and break the throw.
I think I've used the word experience more than I should today.
180.
And Johan Engstrom has got bags of it, and I just felt the 3-3 there. He's the type of player not to panic. Then I saw him shake his head.
180.
He's found the camera as well, Jake.
It gives the sweet ferret the old ferret celebration. What a finale this is to this match.
36.
Is that 36 to do with the fact that Jake hit that 180 there, made him think, because Johan was thinking, I'm in total
58.
control. And they're just doing exactly the same as each other. Fascinating contest, in the balance. Pick a winner.
I mean, absolutely. When you open with the throw in a last leg decider with a max, you think, got ya.
83.
And then when you hear Jack Garwood call another 180, imagine there's quite a bit of panic kicking. No panic from Jake.
180.
His 5th of the match, the 7th between the pair of them. Outstanding 180 hitting in this game.
Just when you were starting to doubt
26.
Edgar's tips, he's
Jake,
got
you
6
require
starts at
83.
83.
Whoa. What
Game
a
shot
finish.
and the
What
match.
a player.
Jake McMillan.
What a comeback, Jake McMillan. That was an outstanding game, and Johan will be sick as a chip. But it takes 2 players to play in front of a great game, and that was superb. Jake McMillan, we were waxing lyrical about him. What a great player, a 3-0 down. Then we then started talking of a potential 4-0 loss for him. Look at his average there, 95.5, 4 from 5 on the outer ring. A big celebration. Well done to the Canadian. As next up, it's Jan McIntosh against Leonard Gates.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jake McMillan completed the ultimate turnaround. 5 180s, 2 in the last leg to get the better Johan Engstrom by 4 legs to 3. 4 more games to go. That kicks off with Jan McIntosh and Leonard Gates, being watched by Glenn and Matt.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. What a comeback that was. The game of the day so far. And just the reaction from Jake as well. He's come a long way from Canada to be here, and that's exactly a real game changer. And I just sense the same about that man in your picture. Didn't start
First
well
leg,
today.
it's Jan to throw
I just
first.
felt that we saw a lot
Game
more
on.
from Leonard Gates in that 4-3 victory over Johan Engstrom. And for Jan McIntosh, it's been a tough day, and highlighted with an incredible amount of missed doubles in his second game. I just felt at that point there it was going to be
60.
hard for him to recover. Got a couple of difficult games, and Leonard Gates and Jake McMillan to finish as Jan, and I think he'll rue them missed starts because that could have elevated his
60.
game and kicked on from there. And once again, I fully expect to see a real B-, A- game from Leonard Gates here, who for me is a big favourite back.
Oh, absolutely. The way Leonard Gates has got stronger as the day's gone
55.
on. And certainly that last performance from Leonard Gates, really good polished performance. He ended up on a 96, but was running well over the 100 average for the majority of that match.
140.
And I do think this is where we're going to see Leonard Gates end the day strongly. He's got one more game to come after this against Jim McEwan. Could play himself into contention here for Group 8.
Yeah, you did say
58.
a couple of hours ago that he could still finish on 6 points and overnight. And like I said, I don't think our champ is going to be happy overnight. Jim McEwan just flashes of his
100.
brilliance. Leonard Gates could finish on the 6 points. I don't think anyone will be really happy. And I think if someone is going to be, maybe James Richardson, be feeling good about his game. But Jake McMillan, for me, has been the player of the day so
85.
far. And the performance and comeback of the day also. I never worry about Leonard being tired, though. That incredible run he had at
140.
the champion of champions in the seniors, and then played his game on the afternoon and had a semi-final and final the next day. So he decided in between to play in the Open on the night.
139.
Get to bed and rest. I
Leonard, you
said.
require
He just wanted to
61.
play darts and more darts as he looks at 61. The 46 left.
Game shot on
Just
the first
finding
leg.
those
Leonard
doubles. He
Gates.
is very, very good at outer ring, and it's a big strength of his game, a real
Second leg,
attribute.
it's Leonard to throw first. Game
Gates
on.
leads 1-0.
$140.
McIntosh will have another game to come after this one, but he will be taking on Jake McMillan. So it's a top end of the day here for Jan McIntosh, who's still
60.
looking for his first points of the day. His mind is going to instantly go back to a game about 6 games ago when
100.
he played Johan Engstrom. 6 visits to the board, for which could have won the match 4-2, 4-3. Plenty of
21.
opportunities along the way. Wasn't able to cross that line, but this is debut. Always got to give that bit of leeway on the opening day, the expectation, the
57.
nerves and everything that's going to come with it. So the unfamiliar surroundings. We've seen many times people struggle on debut in a Group A, then drop into a Group C and come up and be a completely different player.
80.
Group C will be underway from Thursday, so there's lots of darts to be thrown before then.
100. $180.
There's some good darts
Leonard, you require
from
104.
McIntosh.
This seems to be a preferred route on 104 for the tops
Game shot
guys.
on the second
and that's
leg.
the reason
Leonard
why.
Gates.
215 darters, 100 average. This is much better from Gates.
Third leg, it's Jan to throw first. Game on. $85.
Good.
140.
Once again, running over that 100 average here in the meat of the game. It's only the back end of the last match that he came underneath that 3-figure average.
180.
Super dart, Jan. Like I said, he's really up against it at the moment. He's got the defeats on record. He's got his opponents playing well.
180.
This is what we expected, wasn't it, from Leonard?
Look, maybe we've been a little bit
85.
critical. I think we expected a lot, but we're seeing a lot of big scores. We're seeing big averages now. Big finishes.
140. Jan, you require
I think
151.
if Gator took another stride to the right there, they'd been back in the Southampton venue.
70. Leonard, you
Performance
require
has
41.
been awesome so far for Gates. He's usually so strong at this element of the leg. Double 16.
25.
Frustrating.
Jan, you require 81.
So good on double tops. Why did he go to 16s, Matt?
Try and work out the mind of a
39.
dart player is an interesting
require
battle or an
16.
interesting process. A lot of it's just done on feel for a lot of players. How they
Game's
feel
up
in
the
that
third
moment.
leg.
And
Leonard Gates.
right now, well, I imagine Leonard Gates will be feeling pretty good. A 13 darter from Leonard Gates to break the throw.
Fourth
And
leg, it's Leonard to
all
throw
one-way
first.
traffic right now.
Game on. $123.
Well, we've seen the comeback of all comebacks in the previous game. Take something mega special here from Jan.
60.
But are we just beginning to see the emergence of Leonard Gates? Can't do no wrong in the seniors at the moment.
140.
Going to play a big part of the Lakeside in a few weeks' time.
$140.
Another 180 surely after that one. Surely.
140.
This is brutal from Leonard Gates.
Yeah, I guess you want to play these darts on Saturday night.
60.
But I think
Leonard,
it's
you
just a
require
word to
98.
everyone, Leonard Gates. And it didn't start very well today. But I
Game
certainly
shot,
finished
on the
well.
match,
That is an
Leonard Gates.
outstanding performance from Leonard Gates. He comes with a big reputation. He comes with big smiles. And Jan McIntosh is thinking, what on earth has just happened there? Well, he's just walked into that A game of Leonard Gates. Look at those numbers. 4-0 whitewash win. 111.33. Excellent on the outer ring. Superb 104 finish. Brilliant stuff from the American. And next up, it's Johan Engstrom against James Richardson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Elena Gates has put in the performance of the day, averaging over 111, getting the better of Jan McIntosh by 4-0. Now, we've played 12 of our 15 matches so far today, and this is the state of play as far as what we've seen so far. In the last round of fixtures, 2-4-3s, James Richardson getting the better of Jim McEwan, and Jake McMillan getting the better of Johan Engstrom by that scoreline from 3-0 down. Gates beating McIntosh, as I say before the break. Those are the results. This is the table, and this is how things correlate. Richardson and McMillan, top of the pile on 6 points. Everybody other than Jan McIntosh are now all on 4. Things really are tightly bunched together in this Group A table. A far cry from what we saw last week when Victor Engstrom really did take command and authority of things. So our 13th game sees Johan Engstrom and James Richardson take to that stage behind us. And watching the action in the commentary box, it's Matthew Edgar, who's alongside Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Final game for these players, and an interesting day for the man in your picture, Johan. A couple of 4-3 defeats, but a couple of wins early. That could have gone the other way as well. So probably on reflection, 2 wins out of the 4 is where he wants to be. But a big game for him, just to keep himself in the mix and finish the day on 6 points. James Richardson, he sat pretty at the top on 6 points, and he knows a return of 4 wins out of 5 is job well done on the first day. Puts himself in a good position, and you see this match as a real 4-point as well, because their first game tomorrow is roles reversal of the play today.
First
so
leg,
their
it's
first
Johan
game of
to
the day
throw
will be
first.
against each other.
Game on.
And you just want to really get one up against the player. Very difficult to read is Johan. So they started brilliant, but the effect of being 3-0 up in that last game and losing 4-3, how will he react to that?
100.
We can only imagine he's had disappointment, but he hasn't had to have it for long, because since we last saw him, Leonard Gates has been on here and off of here in just over 7 minutes. So
60.
he hasn't had long in the back room, which might be more of a friend than a foe.
Yeah, I'm just wondering when Leonard actually arrived. If he only just got here yesterday, that might explain the slow start.
76.
But I tell you, that was an explosive
66.
performance. There's one there for our social media guys. We'll have something. We'll have a caption contest
100.
there as Johan does the hop, skip and jump away from his 66. Well, it's tickled Matthew Edgar anyway. It's the first time I've ever seen him laugh.
100.
Childish mind.
Do you know, my mind's going, imagine if I do that. I've got you in the comms the week I play, isn't it?
100.
Oh, please do. Or get your foot caught in the smoke machine or something.
Oh, thank you.
$95. Check 85. 100. Johan, you require 150.
One of those strange scenarios, Matt, where Johan's played the better darts of himself in the games he's lost.
70. James, you require 141.
It likes to go up the tops on the 80, but when your opponent's on 141, just play the percentages.
65. Johan, you require 80.
How many times I talk about these types of finishes? Safe. Clean.
60. James, you require 76.
James will think, I'm going to get at least a dart out of double. Look at the big 16. Can he do what Johan couldn't?
56. Johan, you require 20.
Well, if you tend to find you like tops, you like 10s as well.
Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah,
Johan
the hardest
Engstrom.
start was that third one there, because he shuffled along the hockey there. Didn't need to kiss off the tungsten there. Went straight
Second
smack
leg,
bang
it's
in the
James
middle of
to throw
double 10.
first. Game on.
You can penny for your thoughts there, Johan. You've had an interesting day, let's just say that.
140. 60.
Chance for Richardson. The 140 star back in the treble 20.
140.
Very early in this leg. Already is looking a big, big favourite. To get to a stage for Johan right now, he's just, okay, I'm 1-0 up. Let's go on with throw. I'll let James
60.
have this one. Experience of Richardson, you don't expect him to be messing around with doubles.
140.
And in full flow, Matt, and when he's got his timing right, James looks great, doesn't he?
He almost looks like it's harder to miss when he gets into that flow. But it's getting into that. That's the hard bit. Only in the flow here.
James, you
A
require
hat trick of
81.
140s to leave himself 81. Doesn't need to go 12 and ball. That's that experience that you've been talking about all day.
34.
But bit of a rush start there, a bit almost expectant.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking to the man who hits. People are missing big now. I've got to be careful, like I said, but like I say,
James,
he's
you
such a
require
rhythmical
47.
player. That's the way he plays. He's put himself in a fantastic position. Decided that tops is his route. Settles himself nicely. He does like that
James
wire
on the
on that
second
tops,
leg.
and that's
James
a deserved
Richardson.
last start. 1-1.
Are you becoming the Rod Harrington of
Third leg,
23?
it's Johan to throw
Yeah,
first.
but like I said, I know I'm
Game
playing
on.
in about 4 weeks' time, so I just got to be careful. Yeah,
99.
like I said, I've enjoyed Johan's games and the matches that he's lost. Win here for Johan really crunches the bunch up.
45.
Could have a lot of players on 6 points overnight if things go certain ways.
And the way that the day has gone, I think that's possibly the most likely and the
43.
most suggested outcome.
And when you get a player sat on 0 points as well, that can bunch up. Then you're looking at 5 players, then the scenario from there.
83.
Jan's having a bit of a torrid time. And he finish off the day big against Jake McMillan, the 2 debutants.
Got a little bit of a habit, just hold on to the dart a little bit too
59.
long, hasn't he? Have to throw the body in there to make it come through, which again would go in line with what you were saying about having struggles with the release over the
60.
past years.
Yeah, it's that, like I said, people think that transition of throwing your dart and getting the next one, then you want to hold it exactly. You hold the first dart and it's...
60.
I've seen players where it's been to the detriment of them. They struggle to pick the dart out of the hand. It's the mental side of the game that not an awful lot of people
100.
understand.
$140.
Trying to think where the 2012 World Masters qualifiers will have been. I don't know if it was that ice rink that time where we played in Hull where I played Johan, but yeah, 9:30 in the morning.
Johan, you require 100.
Prepared myself for a few weeks and all of a sudden 2-0 down, 2-0 down. Again, quite safe there with that route.
60.
And what he's pretty
James,
much
you
saying is
require
I don't think
154.
Richardson will check out in 154. But some fantastic finishing today, to be fair.
45. Johan, you require 40.
It's just the 1-2-4 being the highest finish. Just to go with throw.
No score. James, you require 109.
Is what I call the freebie. And he hit the bullseye, or and he'll stay there.
69.
Oh, there's a
Johan,
lot
you
of
require
pressure
40.
on this tops.
Game shot on the third leg. Johan Engstrom.
Just brushed aside there by Johan. No pressure whatsoever, or certainly none that was showing there. He does like the tops
Fourth leg. It's James
target.
to
He's
throw
been quite
first.
successful on it
Game
throughout the
on.
day. He's in a position, despite some of the negativity that he
41.
may have had, like that game with Jake McMillan where he's 3-0 up and out losing 4-3. He's in a position where he could leave on 6 points.
100. 100. 85. 140.
Very much in the balance this game. Again, just James just trying to get that blood flowing. That's when he feels he's at his best. It's tough in there. No crowd, of course. Just you, yourself, and
95.
that dartboard. He knows, whereas Johan is that typical Swede. Ice through the
100.
veins. He can just play when he's cool, calm, and collected.
A game where both players at the moment are looking solid on their
57.
throw, but not putting
James,
much
you require
attack up against the
120.
darts. Helps to keep that pattern
Game
continuing.
shot on the fourth leg. James Richardson.
I think James said, put that camera angle up, the one that never misses tops. But again, another 100
Fifth
plus
leg.
finish
It's
in a
Johan to
match.
throw first. Game on.
Obligatory chalk. One thing I would hate on my fingers as I was throwing a dart. A massive block.
80.
Were you one for chalk?
I weren't one for what I would
131.
call gimmicky things. I didn't like extras like wax, chalk, powders, anything like that. Because I didn't want to rely on a third factor that,
100.
for whatever reason, might not be there one day. You might forget it. I know what my memory is like. I was terrible for forgetting things. Once turned up to a match without me darts, so remembering a bit of chalk might have been a
100.
problem.
That's why you never go to the bar. Moving Tuesday tomorrow. Now you've seen everyone. Who will it be?
140.
I have a certainty. In fact, I think he wins 5 out of 5 tomorrow.
Oh, do tell.
60.
I think we see the best from Leonard Gates at the MODUS Super Series tomorrow.
Certainly heading that way, a 95 average followed by the 111. But what about when he comes back to the early morning start?
40.
And guess what his first game is tomorrow? Well, it's his last game today, and that's a blockbuster up next. Don't miss that one. Leonard Gates versus Jim McEwan. Final of the World Series match play just a
96.
few months ago.
Johan, you require 141.
Talked about revenge when he beat Neil Duff recently. That mind. When he played him at Lakeside, still there in his mind. Will it be there?
101.
Excellent match
James,
play.
you require
Excellent setup play from
114.
Johan. Putting all the pressure on this 1-1 It's going with throw. He had a chance of 109 in the first leg. Now, this is different.
94.
But the outcome is the same.
Johan,
Chance
you
for it.
require 40. Game shot on the fifth leg. Johan Engstrom.
Very dangerous on that top shot, isn't he, Johan Engstrom? Put himself just a leg away from the match here. This is a good position
Sixth
because it
leg,
gives
it's
you
James
that
to
leg
throw
to settle
first.
in,
Game
especially
on.
considering what happened to him in the last game. 3-0 up and losing that one 4-3. He's got a bonus leg here.
100.
Yeah, 8 behind on the averages. Gets the lead in 3-2. The power of throwing first. The power of winning your own legs. And quite simply, he will
100.
enjoy this leg of darts. The tension in the next one, if he goes in the to the 3-3, is totally different. But the mindset of a player, when you're 3-2
100.
down, knowing you've got the darts in the last leg, night and day.
81. 60.
Yeah, well thrown darts. No reward chance for Johan.
43.
Not taking on this opportunity, but there will be more opportunities present themselves.
100.
Just maybe not in this leg.
We're looking at the potential of the last 5 games, 4 of them going the distance. That's how tight this group is.
140. James, you require 141.
However, Johan has got a chance to put this match to bed.
81.
It's a big ask,
Johan, you
137.
require 137.
2 trebles needed. Unless he goes tops. Right decision, and just very nearly
77.
executed well.
James, you
Pressure
require
on this 60.
Game shot on the 6th flag.
Good
James
dart
Richardson.
there from Richardson. You saw him have to shuffle across the oche in order to open up the angle. Good play all round there from both.
Final
Johan
leg.
as
It's
well,
Johan
just
to throw first.
making sure of the 20 points
Game
with the
on.
last dart. Thing we often see people be a bit too aggressive with and just burn that extra dart. But there's the treble. And when you're throwing first in your last leg
140.
decider, he's followed it with another one. Big favourite now. And Richardson respond the same way Jake McMillan did when Johan opened with
97.
a 3 treble visit last time.
Well, I just think Johan Engstrom is enjoying his time here so much. He's decided every match he's played today has gone 4-3. 2 of them he's won, 2 of them he's lost.
93.
And he's involved once again in a 4-3. He has played every possible leg of darts today.
60.
In pole position right now. Mustn't overthink the situation. He's got in this position because he's been more free-flowing. But what he's trying to do is just think, what do I need to get to a finish? But I would be thinking, just hit the 1 treble. Keep it simple.
94.
And that was a cracker.
41.
Give me a 1-3-4. He's thinking. Could go downstairs.
96.
Not the end of the rest. He's got the collie wobbles a few times when he's seen the winning line. However, it's his to lose from here.
76. Johan, you require 78.
For the match.
38.
Will be back. Richardson back on 227. Non-effective to winning the match on this visit. But he could certainly set it up for another one.
108.
Why does that happen, he thinks? Well,
Johan, you
Johan Engstrom
require
has been
40.
brilliant on tops in this game, but it's different when the pressure's on. You can just see the tightening of the shoulder. Richardson not really looking.
Game shot and the
But
match.
that is a
Johan
fantastic
Engstrom.
dart. Johan Engstrom, a match that went all the distance, and winning your dart with your leg was key there, because every single leg of darts was the player who threw first. And Johan Engstrom has played every game today, and they've all gone 4-3, but he walks away with a very acceptable 6 points. It was a tight game, nothing really much there, but in the end, the fact that you threw first, Johan got over the line, and he'll be happy with that. Big game coming up next. Don't miss that one. It's Leonard Gates against Jim McEwan.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Johan Engstrom has played every single conceivable leg today. And before the break, got the better of James Richardson by 4 legs to 3. A couple more games for us to go. And this is a repeat of the World Seniors Match Play final at the York Barbican back in September. Leonard Gates picked up the title on that occasion. But since then, Jim McEwan, of course, has picked up this particular jackpot. So 2 men with experience of winning plenty of things on the telly. And we've got one of them in the commentary box. Glenn Dowant's won 3 lakeside titles, and Matt Edgar won 3 legs against Darius once.
Oh, that's not very nice, is it, Matt? I think you should respond to that.
It was actually 2.
First leg, it's Leonard to throw first. Game on.
And I celebrated them both more than the world champion did winning the match. Got a warning for it as well. Yeah.
180.
Thanks for bringing all that up, Henry.
What a start once again. Really looking forward to this game.
100.
Been teasing us. But this
180.
time he's going 1 step closer.
Did say this was a potential blockbuster. We did say Leonard Gates is the type of player from absolutely nowhere and reach perfection.
39. Leonard, you require 141.
But a very special moment.
I had a feeling he was just going to go for the double
97.
12.
I would have. Leonard Gates is just
85.
going through
Leonard, you require
the
44.
hour or two where he probably feels like you can't miss. Now, he's been superb on top, but he's persevering with the double 16 where he hasn't been so prolific.
36.
Strange one for me, Matt. He just doesn't look like he can miss tops at the moment.
Completely done on feel, isn't it? Whatever he fancies at that moment.
54.
Well, I fancy a nice bun,
Leonard,
but I
you
wouldn't go
require
for it.
8.
Double 4 for Gates. Doesn't like the angle of them.
No score.
That's the reason why with that camera angle there, the way the flight was virtually covering the whole double 4 of the bed. Didn't someone once say scoring for sure?
Well, due to the scoring power in this leg, he's given himself
59.
plenty of time at the back
Leonard, you
end.
require 8.
Yeah, mixture of that and Jim just not coming out the traps whatsoever.
Game shot on the first leg.
In
Leonard
the end
Gates.
for a 17 darter. Do like the look of Leonard Gates at the moment. Jim McEwan's just having a real tough time right now.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first.
Chatting with him earlier,
Game
he
on.
did say one of his real strengths. He's found that 5 of yours again there, look. You opened your wallet again, Matt.
Ask you if you've opened
90.
yours, but I know you haven't brought it with you. One for the old trick of, oh, I forgot me wallet.
$140.
Scoring power of Leonard Gates. Already in a leg and a bit. One scored a 140 and 2 180s. Things aren't going against you. Can he do the John Bowles?
60.
Remember that one where he did it? And the next star landed in the second one.
At the World Championships. I believe Rob Cross did a video on that as well, where he could do it.
60.
But you know that wasn't real, don't you? That was classic editing. A bit like the Gary Anderson with the apple. John McDonough's just... I'll teach you about social media one day, Matthew.
140.
I think the past few minutes has shown if he just can able to hold your throw.
100.
Even if you're second best in a game, you can give yourself a chance as well. Johan Engstrom had a much lower average in a win over James Richardson. However, he got over the line because he was able to hold his throw. Now, Leonard Gates has been in good scoring
131.
for me against him, who simply didn't come out the traps. However, is only 80 points away from 1-1.
100.
And again, a good
Jim, you
counter
require
there.
80.
Leonard would have gone for the bullseye to at least leave a 2-darter. However, Phil Taylor would have gone for the treble 20, so he'd say, shut up, Glenn. As McEwan looks at tops for parity.
Game shot on the second leg. Jim McEwan.
2 good holds a throw from the players. Kind of what we expect.
Third leg, it's Leonard to throw first.
These sort of games where you've
Game
got
on.
2 players who are the big hitters of the group, you expect to see lots of holds of throw.
Yeah, there's a lot of if, buts and maybes in this match, but one thing we will know, whoever wins this
180.
game, there will be 4 people, 4 players on 6 points. And only one of them 4 players is in the final game, and that is Jake McMillan.
47.
Will be a case where the other 5 players, including Jan, will be looking for a Jan victory. Oh, stop it.
180.
Oh, stop teasing us, Leonard, and just put it away, man.
It's got to go soon, hasn't it? Been setting it up all day.
Well, I'm sitting up straight. I'm standing up. 'Cause this
135.
is going to happen.
Leonard, you require 141.
And this is going to happen right now. Come on, Leonard. Never mind.
I'll give you a bit more time to drop Phil Taylor's name in again a few more times. You've dropped it in a few times today.
I've got the power.
95.
And my mate Phil will be watching right now. Hi, Phil. Call me. Inbox me, hon.
85. Leonard, you require 46. Game shot on the third
That's
leg.
why he goes
Leonard
for double
Gate.
16. As a dart player, can be quite,
Fourth leg, it's Jim to
superstitious.
throw first.
you know,
Game
that's your
on.
go-to double, knowing that you're hitting other doubles, and he's stuck by that double 16.
Getting
60.
stronger, isn't it? 95, 111, again over the 100. That 95 average, he was over 100 for the most of the match. It was just the missed doubles at the end that cost him. And remember,
81.
in the opening leg of this one, he had 6 missed starts at the double.
11-2 to win the week going into it. So good now. He's just hit the sponsorship sign twice.
Just checking out the room, just
140.
checking out the structure.
I think what he was doing there was just looking at the data, Jim. What you're trying to do is just, when you're playing Jim, like I said, he's got them
100.
few extra seconds behind, and some people deal with it well. Some people just do some other things. You can just see him looking away, looking at the odd dart, looking down, looking at his darts, handling the situation very well. Another superb performance so far from Gates.
59.
You tend to find as well when you watch the screen, it's a bit of a detachment. And I notice it in a lot of players now since playing on stages
140.
myself. When you don't watch the board, you find it's easier to watch it through the screen because it doesn't feel as real.
So, your Leonard Gates overnight, how does he come out in the morning and plays better darts?
I think it depends on the result of this one. If he is to pick up the victory here, I think it's easy to come here tomorrow and play your best.
43.
Remember, this is a repeat of the World Seniors World Match Play Final game that Jim McEwan started very slowly. Just gave
100.
himself too much to do. Gates came up the traps very, very nicely. Continued his domination of the seniors. 80 points, I feel as though it was a 50-50. So for Jim McEwan, Well, that leaves 123. Big fan of leaving a 2 darter, but maybe this time the
95.
bullseye wasn't the right
Leonard, you
shot, 'cause
require
it would have left
80.
98. Yeah, it's decisions to be made. Well, he's gone the traditional route. It's the traditional
shot on the
answer.
four
Gates
flag.
is on a
Leonard
roll at the
Gates.
moment. He is flying.
Fifth leg, it's Leonard to throw
20
first.
points the difference in the
Game on.
average. That comes probably from the 4 maximums, and it's certainly reflected this time in the scoreline. And the feel and the vibe that you get about this one, because it almost feels like Jim
123.
McEwan's just trying to hang in there at the moment and just ride the wave.
Yeah, and that's why he's hanging in. I mean, just look at the 180 score lines. Level on the 140s is what we want to see from Jim McEwan.
140.
111 average in the last game.
100.
Averaging over 104. This has been a spectacular second half of Leonard Gates. Remember, after 2 games, he played 2 and lost 2. Right now, he looks as good as anybody.
And this is why there was that market move at Lakeside
81.
when he opened at 20-1 and got half to 10s, because this is what he is capable of and what's in the locker.
174.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't he due to play Thibaut Tricol as well, and which would have been a tough opener, tough section if that was the part. So maybe it's just opened up slightly with John Scott coming
100.
into it for him, but
Leonard, you require 104.
he's looking really good, and he's 104 points away from a big victory over arguably his biggest opponent in Jim McEwan. Tops.
84.
Again, time on his hands. Will return back for double 10. For another confident victory. Assured victory.
36.
And once again, the
Leonard, you
frustration
require
from Chucky.
20.
It's all been about this man. He's been superb with the big scoring. He's been
Game shot
fluent on the
under
finishes, and
Leonard
another
Gates.
exceptional performance from Leonard Gates. And lots to think about for Jim McEwan overnight. It hasn't been his day. It's not often that we've been saying that too many times this year. But for Leonard Gates, 111 average in his last game. How does he react to that? Well, just a lovely 103 there. He's been superb the past 90 minutes. And Leonard Gates puts himself in a comfortable position, and he joins those players on 6 points. One player who can reach 8 points is up next in the final game of the day. That's Jake McMillan against Jan McIntosh.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Leonard Gates get the better of Jim McEwan by 4 legs to 1. Right, into our final game we go. It's a first ever televised meeting between the nations of Canada and the Faroe Islands. As Jake McMillan takes on Jan McIntosh, just telling you all about the international feel and flavour of the MODUS Super Series. Let's hand down to commentary and to Glenn Durrant and Matt Egg.
Thank you, Henry. Jan McIntosh, bottom of the table, yet to pick up a victory today. He's had opportunities, and he's had plenty of them. That game with Engstrom earlier on, 6 visits to the board to get things wrapped up, wasn't able to do so, but he's got one more opportunity. He's got an opportunity here against the Canadian national champion.
First leg, it's Jake to throw first.
Player who was mightily impressed throughout today. Dare I say, he's getting better and better as the day goes.
Yeah, I thought Jake opened up very, very nicely in his opening game. And then a defeat to Jim McEwan I thought could go either way then. But just that middle couple of matches, I thought he looked really good and well within himself. But what's interesting right now he's going to be a big favourite in this game. Now it's the expectation, not only from himself, but from others watching as well. And I'm sure the players are in the players' area actually shouting for Jan, because we have got a very tight group here if Jan does get over the line in this match. But you'd have to fancy Jake based on what we've seen so far.
Oh, what we've seen so far, it's been
60.
mightily impressive from Jake, and he's the sort of player that you really would expect to see here on Saturday night, whatever method
57.
that's going to be. You just have an opportunity here to walk out of here top after the first day's play.
100.
Yeah, you got the experience in there of James Richardson, who's been there and one of the real stalwarts. Jake looks at this 164. I think he'll be number crunching, looking at things. But when you're on debut, I don't know if Jake's the type of person who's looking at the in-play table. Does he realise that overnight he will be top? I'm sure he does. This is good from Jan.
140.
His head's never gone
Jake
down. He's here to enjoy himself. He's here to gain experience, and fair play to him. That's a bit messy there.
52.
And that second dart was very
Jan, you require
aggressive.
116.
Because the 15 bull was possibly the shot with your opponent on 116.
$84.
Fine effort there,
Jake,
just a little
20.
low. And you don't expect the way that
Game shot on the
Jake
first
has
leg.
been throwing at the
Jake
doubles that he's
McMillan.
going to pass this opportunity up. But I'm just casting back to the start of the day, and we've both been really impressed
Second
here with
leg,
Jake
it's Jan to
McMillan,
throw
who
first.
is in a good position here to leave the top of the table. He was the joint biggest outsider to win this group. 12-1 you could have got at the start of today.
100.
Yeah, and to be fair to the odd setters, it's more the unknown. It's good stuff what he's been doing in Canada. It's great that he's played Van Gogh and you can assess his forms sort of from there. But no, it's playing 15 games. It's then potentially probably playing more after that, and how you're going to react to that. I just see a player who's really enjoying
95.
himself. And if anything, that will get better and better. Got that beautiful, big scoring game about him.
180.
What's not to like?
And the fact he's winning from both areas as well. He's won from being in front and he's won from coming behind. He was 3-0 down in a game and
85.
able to turn that around to win 4-3. So good qualities when you can win from a variety of positions.
Yeah, that was the game of the day, the comeback of the
58.
day. You can just see you put an extra bounce in his step and just going into that. And he's well over the 100 average at the moment, very early in this match. One big finish here from him. But fair play to Jan as well. He will fight all the way.
40.
I don't think there'll be any petulance
Jake, you
or
require 123.
any issues from Jan. I just do think he's enjoying himself. I'd enjoy it more with a big win.
63.
That's looking unlikely right now because Jake is down to a 2-darter.
137. Jake, you require 60.
It's an improved performance here from Ian McIntosh, but might be running into another performance here.
Game shot on his second leg. Jake McMillan.
McMillan wasting no time. 100 the average here, and when you look at Ian McIntosh, you'd have
Third leg, it's Jake to throw first.
probably been ruining those
Game
missed opportunities he had in match number 3, then goes into match number 4 and runs into that monstrous performance from
125.
Leonard Gates, who beat him 4-0, averaging 111. And now he's come up against Jake McMillan, who's averaging 102.
Yeah, the North American guys right now, Leonard Gates from the United
26.
States. And the man in your picture from Canada are playing some super dart right now. Very enjoyable
60.
day one. You never quite know what you're going to get with a Group A. It does feel like Saturday night's a long way. However, I just sense that Jake's here on a mission. He's here. It's a big opportunity for him. He's a name that
60.
until he played Van Gerwen at that World Series at Madison Square Garden, I'd never come across him before.
96.
But when you sit here and watch him play leg after leg, you can see the qualities, the skills, the attributes that he has as a player. And as a person, I'm someone who likes to assess body language, his concentration levels. And
85.
he ticks a lot of boxes, Matt.
I've yet
134.
to see a true weakness. Yeah, it seems like the board management, accounting, everything seems to be there. We've seen him come from behind, from in
83.
front, and now we're
Jake, you
seeing
require
a very
86.
bullish performance.
$70.
Time on his hands here as well to get that third leg.
Yeah, I think that's the word of the day. Bullish. I think that's exactly the word I'm looking for Jake McMillan. And to be top of the table
99.
overnight was
Jake,
the
you require
objective.
16.
He's right in the mix, that's for sure.
Game shot on the third leg. Jake McMillan.
Fine, comfortable, confident, clean, clinical.
Fourth leg, it's Jan to throw first.
Jake
Game on.
McMillan, Ian McIntosh could be a torrid end to the day. Could be 9 legs in a row that he loses, but
60.
not because of his poor performance in these last 2 matches, but because he's ran into something. This will be your
45.
first fixture tomorrow, so Jake McMillan's got an opportunity to open up a bit of a gap on the rest of the table in terms of that scoreboard pressure.
40.
Some people play the table as a continuum, where
58.
they'll sort of look at everything that's ahead of them and how the table reads at that point. Some people will just have it in their mind, I can lose X amount of matches. You tend to find you can
100.
make people feel a bit chasey.
$134.
For McIntosh, be a debut he'll want to forget.
85.
See, it's so often here at the Super Series when a player comes in on debut.
45.
The rest of the week is significantly better. Get the worst out of the way. A lot of it comes from the fear of losing.
95.
If you have an opening day where you face nothing but losing, you lose that fear very early.
100. Jan, you require 121.
To find treble. 18s would have left the ball. But one of the
53.
worst
Jake, you
finishers
require
on a dartboard,
119.
119. No player likes this.
59.
I mean, you get the treble,
Jan,
you
you
still
require 68.
don't have the benefit of guaranteeing a double. Yeah, most people will be going 12 on ball. 16s or 8s. Double 16.
36.
A long way off.
Jake, you require 60.
That might be the last dart that Jan McIntosh throws on his debut day here at the Super Series.
20. Jan, you require 32.
2 match darts survived for Jan McIntosh. But the amount of darts he has thrown at doubles since hitting one continues to climb, and he finally gets another leg on the board. Jan McIntosh squeezes that one into the top corner of the double 16. And can he do to Jake
Fifth leg, it's Jake to throw first.
what Jake did in his last game to Johan? He turned around a 3-0 deficit, came away
97.
4-3 victory. Again, just losing that line on the 20s, slipping into the 5s.
45.
Bit of ground lost just on the opening exchanges.
58.
Again in the 5s. High 5.
32.
On the left-hand drift at the moment for McIntosh is the issue that is plaguing his performance.
58.
The feeling here that Jake can see the finishing line, see that top of the table.
95. 44.
Stumbling towards the line at the moment, offering opportunity here to McIntosh.
82.
It's that lovely in the board. Unable to use it there with that second dart.
122.
But a good recovery, chasing it down to the bottom end of the board. Sets himself up handy on the 1-2-2. And there's that dart again for McIntosh. Losing the line on the 20s. It's not been his day
27.
today.
Jake, you require
he is
122.
Far more capable than what he has shown today. He might not have much
62.
more opportunity to show us that level of performance. We'll be back tomorrow on Wednesday in the conclusion of Group A.
50. Jake, you require
The conclusion
60.
of Monday might be a dart away.
Game shot.
And in
and
the
match,
battle of
Jake
the two
McMillan.
debutants, it goes to the man from Canada, Jake McMillan, who's had a fantastic opening day. The debutant bookending the table, Jan McIntosh, leaves the stage following his 5th defeat from 5 matches. But Jake McMillan, 5 games, he's won 4 of them. The only defeat he had today was against our champion, Jim McEwan. But Jake McMillan tops the table at the end of day 1.
Indeed he does, and what a debut, what an impact he has made to this competition.
Yeah, I was looking forward to watching him play. I've assessed him, and he's got all the credentials, great attributes, excellent skills, and you can understand why he is the captain of Canada, and good player, really good, and 8 points from 10, superstar.
Oh, so there's something about the Canadians of the Super Series, isn't there, hey? Right, let's have a look and see what else has happened so far today. These are the results from our 15 matches, and, well, if you look at the gold and the white, it's been quite streaky as far as results have gone.
Yeah, there's some pretty patterns there, isn't there? And a very competitive group is my assessment from there. I think Jim McEwan will go away disappointed, and obviously for Jan, just a little too little, just a little bit too little coming from him. Hopefully we'll see something better from there. But I still think there's a couple of players who'll be very happy. I know that Jake will be delighted with that. Leonard, I've just seen, has got a big smile on his face. He produced some electrifying darts at the right time. Started slowly. He's going to be tough to beat now.
When you say Jake here tonight, we're going to hear from him now. He's downstairs at Phil.
Jake, huge congratulations. Your MODUS Super Series debut, and you topped the table after day one. How have you found it?
Pretty good. Little struggles against Jim, but seem to find my way. Feeling good.
We spoke to you this morning, obviously taking it all in for the first time. What it was like getting up on that stage for the first time?
It was great. I love being up there, watching so many matches up there. It was great to finally be a part of being up there. It was
How
great.
have you found the format, playing obviously the 5 games in one session? Tough going or enjoyed it?
No, I loved it. Loved it. Really do. Still 2 more days to go, but feeling good so far.
Realistically, did you have any expectations ahead of today?
No, came in, just happy to have the experience. Hope to do well. I've done all right so far, so hopefully keep it going tomorrow.
Jake, well done today, mate, and we'll see you tomorrow bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Yeah, cheers.
So, in the thoughts of Jake McMillan after the first end, one thing I really like about Jake is he plays this high level, but you know what? There's such a humility about him. He's the type of personality you can really warm to.
Yeah, but I think when he's on the hockey, he's got that steel and determination as well, and that's a dangerous combination to have. I think it's nice to have great values before and off the hockey, but it's when he's down to, to darts like that. That double there, look at the scoreline, 3-2. He's up against Leonard Gates, who he knows he's going to be one of his biggest competitors there. Again, look at the score again. A little bit frustrated that it took him a while to get there in the end. But he just did what he needed to do. I saw lots of good signs from him. He sits pretty at the top.
Indeed, he does. Well, if he's the top player of the day in terms of the table, the performances of the day came from Leonard Gates, and in particular, 111 average. Then finishes up with another topping average, and that serves warning going into tomorrow and Wednesday.
It was just the tale of two halves, wasn't it? He started slowly. I mean, I don't know if he only arrived in the country sort of yesterday. That would sort of answer that. But it was brutally good. 111 average, 103 average, averaging over 110 throughout the game. Massive scoring, 180s to light, and we all know how good he is at finishing as well. And once again, he looks the real deal and was superb.
Indeed, he is 3-time World Seniors TV champion this year. As you can see, 111.33 the average and getting the better of poor Jan McIntosh. Didn't quite happen for him today, did it, on debut?
The second game will really hurt. It was a game that he had chances against Johan as well. And it was just, the missed opportunity. And I did fear for him at that point from there. And, my feelings were right in the end. North from 5. He did say he's here for the experience. I don't think his head will go down. He wasn't throwing his arms about, and that's fair play to him. But it could be a tough week.
Well, one man who knows exactly what it's like to be successful in this building is James Richardson. Are there building blocks there as far as he's concerned?
Oh, definitely. I think he needs to work on his consistency. But when he was getting his timing right, he just looked $1 million. And his tops started off, he was just hitting every wide around tops. Then went through a phase of, we can see that 104 finish there, where he just couldn't miss it. This time right in the centre of the board there. So at times, feast or famine is a term I like to use with players like James Richardson. Very interesting week coming up if he can save his best. And I think he's one of them players, if he gets to Saturday night, then he becomes very, very dangerous.
Well, we'll see whether that is the case. We can now see how the table occupies itself following the first day's play. And really, Jake McMillan, yes, he's got that 2-point lead going into day 2, but it's really much all in the offing, and that's about talking about Jim McEwan, the defending champion, having only picked up 2 wins from 5.
My first thought straight away, Jake McMillan, first game tomorrow is against Jan. So he could be going into his second game, 4 points clear. And all of a sudden, when you walk back in there, you're the first person to 10 points. All them can be really good for him. So a crucial first game tomorrow against Jan, and the bunch right behind. Yeah, Jim McEwan will be disappointed. Like I said, he had that 99 average in his second game. I thought, right, here we go now. But like I say, he's got the weight of expectation on him now. But he won't panic. He's patient. He's experienced. He knows what he needs to do. And the week's not over for Jim McEwan by a long way.
Young Engstrom gave us his money's worth today.
Yeah, every single game. I just had to check and double check the stats there, but every sort of game went the distance for him there, and he won 3 and he lost 2. I think he'd be fairly happy the way it went. And Johan Engstrom was a terrific player. During my time of playing in the BDO WDF system, and I followed his career, and I think he had problems with his throw, which no sign of that today. So a positive day for the Swede.
And we're going to be back for day 2 tomorrow morning, bright and sharp. So I shall see you then.
Thank you very much, Henry.
And we shall see you tomorrow morning, 9:30 on the YouTube channel. Don't forget tomorrow. And if you're not subscribed to there already, why not hit that little button below? You'll get highlights of every session, plus bonus content as well from the MODUS Super Series. But as far as day 1 is concerned, well, it's Captain Canada who's hit the heights. It's McMillan who is the table topper. We'll see you in the morning.